Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. I'm so far, but so close. I'm so far, but so close. This is hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. I'm so far. Got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? It's all that I can see. I'm convinced you've given up on me. Your innocence, it took me by surprise. 'Cause you must know that I'm leaving here tonight.
，Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶啊，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大绝直接推走，没有啦，没有啦，烫死了！
再见了一次，再见全打！这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
要做小项目打了起来，明子这一推，若雅利用了 Q 技能来回回血加普攻，哇是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下，他对这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有平天的加持，8000D、7000D，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦，
胜败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启，胜败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神龙8尾踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作，持续的斩杀。胜败赶到战场，他的一个隐形坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。有没有位置665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 triple kill， 神经此时赶到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试正面的兔子，胜败带到伤害并不足够，胜败拿下quadra kill， 胜败难免。有想做一些进攻，抢2了，一界往前做追击 ，driver， 哇，请你 PP
是吧？这个血量爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他
，3等杀1等
，3等杀1等，
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
我 就是说在闪现于 A 三粉是鬼步的 A 再一刀，直接正面砍死，一剑完成了 solo kill。
那旁边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3
会玩的吗？雷文。但阿哲杀一超高，又是给到一发鱼叉。现在 DFM 想要拉神发的计算图，打到阿哲更加保利，顺热射上道，而且还是关于这一波，又把对方推回来，顺热射大爆。
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. People want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will fight you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm a monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, bring it down. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, bring it down. Raise your power, we just fought. Money, driven, major.
，Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶哦，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大绝直接推走，没有啦，没有啦，烫死了，
杀！
见了一次，再见前打。
这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
这边要做小下半步打了起来，明子这一推，若雅利用了 Q 键的来回回血加普攻，哇，是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下。他推的这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对，他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有补天的加持，8000D、7000D，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。
高瑞
哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦。
胜败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启。胜败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神龙8被踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作，持续的斩杀。胜败赶到战场，他的一个隐形坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。手中位置665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 triple kill。水晶此时赶到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试正面的兔子，胜败带到杀并不成功。胜败大战跨抓 kill， 胜败燃脸。你想做一些进攻？抢2了，一界往前做追击 ，driver 往请你 TP
是吧？这个血量。爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他。
3等杀1等
，3等杀1等啊！
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
或者说在闪现晕 A， 3本是鬼步的 A 再一刀，直接正面砍死一剑，完成了 solo kill。
那边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3等
没稳。但阿哲杀超高，又是给到一发鱼叉。现在第二波想要拉成一发的直接突防，阿哲更可以表弟，帅热射小大，而且还是关于这一波，先把对方推回来，对热射大爆。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. Oh so far yet so close. Oh so far yet so close. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close.
Hello everybody and welcome back for night number 2 with Group B on the cards for the PCS Spring Playoffs. Of course, brought to you once again by Riot Games, Carry International and the Grand Halai Taipei, which is housing all of the players coming over from the LJL, coming over from the LCO. It creates a unique experience for all of its guests. It has 425 rooms, 6 restaurants, a banquet hall. So a very gracious thank you to them for being able to allow us to have all these fantastic players and fantastic games here for our playoffs. Now I will be once again your host, Vestian. Alongside me, it will be Lo.
Yeah, I wonder how many stories the hotel has, because 425 is a lot of rooms.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, maybe we need to do some
we need to
research
look
on
into that.
Yeah, that is a lot of rooms. Like in New Zealand, you don't often get 425 room hotels.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with hotels. I don't get to stay in them often. But
fair.
Today's games, anyway, I think we're in for a different story than yesterday. Yesterday, pretty one-sided. Some of the games were close, and the losing teams were in it with a chance, but they were just two relatively quick 2-0s. Today, I think just because of the uncertainties we've got with the 2 PCS teams that are playing today, I think we're in for some much more interesting games. DFM versus J-Team up first.
Yeah, take us through DFM.
So DFM to me are mostly just a mid and ADC team. As a quick recap of yesterday's games, Ground Zero and V3 really had a lot better showings in their second games.
Yes,
especially V3, who look like they might be able to just take the win off Beyond. But honestly, in both those second games in each series, it just came down to once these teams grouped, there was just a very clear difference in level of cohesion and just coordination team play.
Absolutely.
And based off those results, it's going to be Beyond up against CCG. Winner of that best of 3 series is going to advance straight to the playoffs.
Yeah, so we've guaranteed at least one of these PCS teams will be making it through to the playoffs and out of the play-ins. And then, of course, on the bottom side of the bracket, it will be V3 going up against Ground Zero tomorrow in a best of 3. Either team does have to win now 3 consecutive best ofs. It'll be this best of 3. Whoever wins that will verse the loser of Beyond DCG, and then the winner of that will go on to verse the winner of the lower bracket in Group B, which we're going to see tonight. So back to what we were saying, DFM, take us through sort of, you were saying mid AD carry sort of centric team.
Yeah, they've got Arya and Utapon in mid and ADC respectively, and these players, Arya has the most MVPs in the LGL by a pretty wide margin, 8 MVPs for him, and in second place is actually Utapon, his ADC, with 5. So when they win, it is these 2 players you're looking at. They have the highest damage per minute numbers, they have the highest gold income, and expect Steel, the DFM jungler, to just be playing around his bot lane and his mid lane.
Absolutely. And then on the other side, of course, it is going to be J-Team. And I would try to take you through what that team looks like, but honestly, they've been through so many roster swaps that they haven't even really found an identity. The latest of their roster swaps, of course, came through in the last week of our regular season, in which they swapped out Yersan as their support, and now they have Enso playing. And so, I mean, we don't even know if that is going to continue. But so far, the only member of the team that has remained consistent has been Minji. He started sort of looking a lot better as the season progressed. Unfortunately, a lot of his good performances were on Azir, who is going to be disabled here for at least the current patch. And I think we were talking about it off stream there, that it is also Arya who quite likes his Azir, as we see him come up on your screen here, the side of DFM. Ray Faki, Steel, Arya, Utapon, and Harp there.
Yep.
But yeah, as I was saying, you're telling me that Azir is one of Arya's most preferred champions, so both of these mid laners tend to enjoy it, which might mean that possibly the 2 members that seem the most consistent on their teams are going to be sort of kneecapped a little bit.
Yeah, credit to Lakai, just shout out Lakai as well. He may be not as consistent in Minji in his performances, but he's definitely carried J-Team essentially on his own in a few of these games they've played.
This is true.
So we'll see if we can get a performance from him there. And you are right, there just isn't really an identity. I mean, Minji seems to stand out a lot more ever since this most recent roster swap.
Yeah.
With Ursan coming in the jungle and Chi-Chi in ADC. They've really looked to Minji to carry, and he's performed pretty much every game, even the games they're losing.
For sure.
We'll see how he goes up against Arya. You maybe, if you're J-Team, you have to worry about, it is a very new roster, as it is Minji and the rest of J-Team on your screen, Chi-Chi, Enso, Lava, and Lakai. Looks like they're sticking with this roster.
Yeah. So at least between these 2 weeks, there's been a consistency in the roster. We'll see if it remains like that. One thing I should note is that Chi tends to be much more wanting to facilitate. He really likes being on things like the center. He has played one Draven game. I don't remember who it was against, but from memory it was up against one of our weaker teams.
Yeah, West Point or Hellpigs.
Yeah, and there is quite a discrepancy between the level of our top 6 and our bottom 2. So it's hard to note how much he actually wants to play the Draven or things like that.
He looks good in the 1v1.
He did. Yeah, he did. He did in our side
Draven.
selection 1v1s. He did play the Draven. He actually won every 1v1 he played, I think.
Yeah.
Only picking the AD champions. Lava as well. A lot of people that did watch the PCS last year will remember Lava was actually the J-Team jungler back then. He did step down, and I believe he aimed to retire, but came back. Now he's going to be their jungler once again. Lakai as well, he was on BYG last year. Now he is on J-Team after Hanabi stepped down from the roster very early on into the split. It's going to be interesting. I mean, so far we have yet to see a PCS team lose. But I think if there were to be any of the PCS teams to lose, J-Team would probably be who I think is most likely to.
Yeah,
and again, just so inconsistent, even with roster performances. Azir also gone. I think there's a lot working against J-Team here. And especially DFM. I mean, they went toe-to-toe with nearly the same roster against PSG last year. And I feel like if they could do that, they certainly can take down this J-Team.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem for J-Team maybe going into the mid and late game. Just DFM have played together for so long, at least this entire split with this roster, and at least the core 3 players on this DFM team have played together for a long time. So it might be difficult for J-Team in these team fights and some of this macro play. We're going to see some of the stats.
16 domestic championships. That's actually just such an insane stat when you see it written there like that.
Yeah.
J-Team, they have the 1. It was back in the days of the LMS, and they've pretty consistently made playoffs.
Yeah.
Even having a better Worlds result than DFM has.
Yeah, DFM actually only here because of a pretty shocking 3-0 loss to SoftBank.
Yeah, true.
Who are waiting for these teams in the playoffs. It was a 3-0, but the games were kind of close. I've noticed that the LJL teams will play essentially the first 20 minutes of the game, just dead even in gold, maybe 1k, 2k either way, just tiny leads, and then decide the game off of a massive fight in the mid game. We'll see how J-Team play against that.
Head-to-head here between the mid laners. We talked about them before. There's a lot of thirst on your screen there from Arya and a lot less on your screen there for Minji. Minji has, I mean, especially at the start of the season, really was struggling. Has done a lot of his team's damage, but again, he has eventually just become kind of the most consistent member, as well as Chi tending to play a lot of the center while they pair it with stuff like the Nautilus and the Maokai. Just means that there's a lot more emphasis on your mid laner to provide damage, and he certainly has been doing it. Hasn't led to a whole lot of success, really, but was enough to get them here to face up against DFM. 13 solo kills to 7 as well. Not that often you see that high a solo kill number for especially mid laners.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this guy play. Arya has been pretty dominant, and we'll see how the draft goes as well. DFM really love to get Smolder for Udapon. I'm pretty sure they'll be willing to just first pick it.
It does feel like one of the highest priority champions internationally at the moment.
At first we were thinking maybe this isn't a first pickable champ just because you can pick a lane to punish it, but we haven't really seen that happen all that often. So I think you can get away with the Smolder pick, at least test the waters in game 1, if J-Team do leave it open.
Yeah, I think something else to note is that J-Team almost every single game will not ban Ashe and will not pick Ashe. Which is pretty unique when it comes to the PCS teams.
Yeah, we saw Ashe take a few losses yesterday.
Yep.
2 losses, I think, ground 0 picking that up, punished by Pyke. Which is
They did have a good lane to the start of the lane in both of those games. It did just turn around kind of as it progressed, but I still think Ashe is just such a strong champion. It's seen so much success here in the PCS, and I don't really know why J-Team just have no care about it in the world. They've even lost to it a couple of times, but anyway, thus far, still not going to opt into banning it. We'll see if the third ban is. Of course, on the other side, it's going to be Nautilus, Senna, and Vi taken away. I think some scouting has been done here because once again, Chi-Chi, he looked most comfortable and the team looked best while he was on the center.
Yeah.
Force him away from that. We'll see what he can come up with.
So Ash and Smolder both available. I think you kind of have to just ban Smolder if you're J-Team. They banned Navarez. And I think this puts DFM in a very good position because if you don't think J-Team are ever picking Ash, you just take Smolder, and if you want, you can even take the Ash later.
This would be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I like the Lucian first pick.
Yeah,
He was
so
very strong earlier on in the season, but it doesn't feel like he really has the same level of strength as things stand currently. Twisted Fate, noticeably missing from these drafts, did receive a slight nerf, but honestly, it doesn't feel like the nerf really was that much to remove him entirely.
Yeah, and watching the DFM versus SoftBank series in the LJL finals, DFM had to ban Twisted Fate every single game. I don't think they play Twisted Fate at all. And it's going to be Zeri rather than the Smolder picked for J-Team. Maybe just a preference thing. Yeah, I wonder if we will see the Lucian into Smolder matchup, but I really do like the Smolder side of that matchup, which probably isn't saying much. I think I would like the Smolder side of every matchup.
Yeah, for the most part, for sure. Ari, again, we have seen, I believe, 2 games of it yesterday. Honestly, it looked fairly decent. And it's going to be locked in here. Nami. So, in the PCS, we pretty much always see Lucian paired with Milio. The only exception to that rule has been when the other side takes the Milio before you have the ability to pick it. And so DFM, they don't really care about the Milio. They're going to instead opt for the Nami.
Oh, and Nico is back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we missed this champ for a week while it was disabled, but this is a very strong mid laner. And DFM have not forgotten about it.
We're back to the Lucian Nami versus
Lulu
Zeri Lulu.
Yeah. Bit of a throwback.
Back to spring of last year.
Yeah.
There was Yumi in the mix too, though.
Yeah, Ari first rotation blind is a bit of a throwback too.
Yeah. Actually is probably the safest mid lane blind, really. I mean...
Yeah, Karma, if it wasn't banned, obviously.
Yeah, Tristana as well, but that's AD. But Rumble going to be banned now. FAK not going to have the option to pick that one up for himself. Of course, Jungle still remains as something both teams need to pick up, as well as their top laner.
Yeah, have we seen Minji on the Hui?
We have, yeah.
Okay, because Hui just going unpicked. Maybe you just feel like Ari is a better champion.
I think Ari is just by far the safer blind pick.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course, Nico was the answer, and I think Nico will still have a completely fine lane. You shouldn't ever really be able to get hit by a charm. And
yeah, I don't remember this matchup being actually all that good for the Ari. I think Ari does get punished by Nico in the laning phase.
Yeah, pretty much everyone does. But again, it kind of... After the lane skirmishing, you tend to be stronger unless Arya is able to find some massive flanks and massive ults, which we do pretty much always see.
Yeah, it's so hard with the size of the Nico ultimate.
Yeah.
It's so hard to play against it. And if DFM are able to play their usual style of just kind of hanging out until a big fight around a dragon or Baron, then this could be a very scary comp to play against so far.
Absolutely. Nocturne currently the hover.
Yeah.
For Lalva. I'll be kind of surprised. I mean, he's going to lock it in, but...
I don't hate it. You do have... It's not just a Nocturne on his own going in. He does have the Lulu ult to back him up.
And the Zeri.
Yeah.
There's Zeri, Ari, and then, of course, the Lulu ult that can all be paired together. This does mean, of course, FAK is going to have to look for the blind pick. Thus far, he is hovering the Cassante. We've seen a lot of answers. Lakai also a player that plays a lot of the answers. He's had some really good Jax games, a few really good Gwen games, and we've seen him on the Gnar in the past as well. Yeah,
Gwen and Rumble banned out, so nothing too tragic probably happening in this top lane. Maybe a Gnar can take over this matchup out of Lakai. I don't think we've seen Lakai play the Gnar.
I don't think we've seen it this year, but we've certainly seen it last year.
Yeah.
On BYG, playing it a couple times.
And
Wukong, the final pick, so a lot of team fighting here.
Yeah, a lot of team fighting, not a whole lot of damage. Lucian not going to be the best at killing.
Yeah, they've got Cassante.
Yeah, nothing that tanky on the side of J-Team so far, though. Oh, Darius is a good counter pick.
I would be surprised to see Lakai lock it in, but I wouldn't hate it.
it's been played a lot internationally into the Udyr and K'Sante.
I would worry though, what can the Darius do into the likes of Nami, Nico, and just so much zone control kind of limits the potential of the Darius. But we are going to have TF, so it's already going to be a terrible matchup for FAK in the top side.
Yeah.
We'll see how he can do to survive the constant pressure that this champion can put out.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game because I don't think J-Team can 5v5 at all this game. They do have 2 semi-globals, so they're going to have to play the map. And I think this is just a clash of these 2 region styles already in the first game. It's DFM just going for team fighting as really solid team fight comp versus J-Team, who have a bit more of a, I guess, tricky comp. They'll look for flanks, they'll look for skirmishes and numbers advantages, and play side lanes a lot more. Definitely more difficult to execute for the side of J-Team. So you're maybe worried about them, you know, with a new roster and everything. We'll see how they do it. We'll see how Minji looks on the Ahri. First time we're seeing him on it this split.
For sure. Will be the first time we get to see him on that Ahri, but I think it's also the first time we're seeing Lakai on the TF. We've only seen a couple of TFs in the PCS. Taco playing it once up on the top side, Maple playing it a couple times, and Shun playing it as well as AD carry. So it has been to all 3 lanes, but it hasn't been seen that much. It did start receiving bans in week number 6, but we are going to get to see Lakai on it. I'm not sure if Detonation Focus Me were really prepared for the TF, because I know I didn't really expect them to pick it. It doesn't tend to be akin to the champions that Lakai often likes. I mean, maybe aside from the Gwen, who can have that option of side laning or team fighting, but...
Yeah. I think TF is still incredibly strong.
Yeah, I agree.
He just scales so well. Point and click stun from ridiculous range once he gets his rapid fire. Nothing too interesting or unique in terms of runes. Is it usually Comet on Nico?
It is usually Comet, but I think you go Airy up against Ahri just simply because you throw out the Q. If she activates W, the movement speed will get her out of the Comet. So the Airy offers a lot more definite damage, although lower damage. But you're not really expecting to land your Comet all that much up against the Ahri.
Yeah, okay. So already some of the power of the Twisted Fate. Udapon's been forced to go cleanse. Will be useful against the Lulu polymorph and the Ahri charm. But I think if that wasn't a Twisted Fate top, you probably wouldn't have cleanse.
And we see it. Minji gets to start lane with 100 health missing.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Got hit by a Q.
Oh, he got hit by a Q, okay.
Simple as that. But yeah, Ahri not going to be faring too well here in this lane. But again, when it comes to skirmishing, you have so many powerful champs. Twisted Fate,
yeah, Nocturne.
Ahri, Nocturne, even the Zeri Lulu. Obviously, Lucian, Nami are no slouches when it comes to skirmishes either, but...
Yeah, it's just, you have to be very careful with your positioning this game as DFM. Ahri, Nocturne, TF can all catch you out of position very easily, and Zeri can honestly follow up pretty well with her mobility.
Absolutely.
But J-Team do need numbers advantages in these fights, and to catch DFM off guard.
All right, Lo, give me your prediction. What's the series score at the end of this?
Oh, can I just predict this game?
No.
A series score is hard.
Yeah, I need a series score.
DFM 2-1.
Okay.
I think DFM are in a pretty good spot to win this game. Maybe I don't have enough faith in J-Team to execute a comp like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you, and I think probably a 2-1 in favor of DFM, maybe even a 2-0. It really does just stem, though, from just lack of J-Team practicing together. Now, admittedly, there has been 1 week they've had the time to be able to find some practice and try and find some more cohesion, but...
And I think they maybe had this roster for Chinese New Year?
No, they had Yursan.
Okay.
Oh, Udapon getting aggressive here. Heal is going to be used out of Enso nice and early, as was the barrier from Chi-Chi, so certainly a winning trade when you've only just traded your singular heal on the other side.
I think one thing that's going to be really important in this series as well, as Steel is maybe looking bot, but these Wukong ganks are very unserious. No, he's not actually going to go for the gank.
Yeah, especially when he sees Lalva here. Lalva going to start his Tether up. Won't be able to finish it though.
Did it swap the tether onto the Wukong clone? Does it work like that or no?
Yeah, it should do. Oh,
Bubble
bubble lands, yeah. And so he doesn't have heal. Cleanse comes out of Yutapon. It is really just to try and win the damage trade here, as junglers still hanging around, still getting aggressive onto each other, and all things said and done, nothing really happens, just a lot of health traded.
Yeah, both heals used, barrier used from Chi-Chi. Cleanse used from Yutapon is just cleanse a polymorph when you feel like it. It's not really that useful in this lane. I think this Twisted Fate pick is going to be very important because DFM do not play it. As far as I can tell anyway. And if Lakai is able to have massive impact on this pick, that could at least get them a big advantage in draft if he can force a Twisted Fate ban.
For sure, that top lane currently going kind of as you'd expected. TF just much higher in health, mana, as well as minions.
Yeah, and it could be rough for Cassante because he's not going to have the kill pressure we usually see out of Cassante's, right? After he lost the slow on his all-out Q.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against a Ghost on the TF as well.
Yeah.
Of course, for the very start of the game, in general, Twisted Fate doesn't take teleport because as soon as he does get access to Destiny, he tends to just use it to go back to his lane.
Yeah, you can always Ghost back to lane as well, especially in the early game.
I do think using Ghost up against Cassante like that might be a little bit scary, but...
Yeah. Lava going to pick up these grubs. No surprises there when his Twisted Fate has so much priority in the top lane.
Yeah, going to get all three of them for himself, so...
Yeah, and the XP on those is going to help out a lot if he can get a faster level 6. Because he needs to get level 6 and start ganking these lanes. Maybe linking up with Lakai and, you know, using the double globals to, you know, get kills mid, get kills bot.
It definitely could be something they look at. Now, DFM, they're going to use the tempo that Void Grubs kind of took away from Lalva to look to take the first dragon here of the game. It's a 6-minute dragon, which does put a pretty early Dragon Soul win condition if DFM are going to be able to continue stacking these up. But we'll have to see how things progress from there. But at least for the first dragon, it will be DFM's. There's not going to be a contest coming through.
Yeah, hard to say who this favors. I don't think we fully really understand yet the impact of the Void Grubs in the early game.
Yeah, maybe because you do have the TF, it just feels good getting the Void Grubs. Even in lane here, he will, whenever he chooses to recall and get some items behind him, he will start to just push this lane out and have the ability to auto-attack FAK's tower.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, good trade from Minji.
Polymorph coming through again, but Enzo actually taking a sizable chunk of his health bar there as the reciprocation.
So Lava's here, level 6. Both flashes up for DFM and cleanse on Yutapon. Means this is going to be a pretty hard play to pull off.
I don't think they know he's level 6. Steel's still only level 5, so they might not be aware that Lava actually has got access to this paranoia. But they are playing...
Yeah, I think they're
respectfully
hoping
enough.
They're hoping for Yutapon to make a mistake here and dash in for a trade. Because that's the only way I see this really panning out.
Sure.
DFM gonna get DFM Steel gonna get level 6 off of this blue buff.
Okay, so Berserker Greaves, Srirachi's Chard as well. What did I say? I just said that backwards. Karachi's Shard.
Kirchis?
Is that how you say it?
Oh, I don't know. I think you said Srirachis.
Yeah, I just just love Sriracha, man.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. So
actually, FAK catching up in CS here.
Yeah, and I was going to say Minji doing pretty well in CS too. Looked like maybe it was a rough lane phase for him. Even through the Merc Treads, those Nico Qs still hurt. As I learned the hard way playing Corki into Nico.
That's right, I watched that. 5 solo deaths. Finished the game 5-5 though, so we take those.
Yeah, we scale.
I mean, Void Grub's going to be spawning very shortly. Lava is on that side of the map, and it does seem like he's wanting to pick those up for himself. Even Harp and Yutapon, they're seemingly undecided on where they're going to go out of base here. Looks like Harp's going to be more towards the mid lane, although Utapon is as well. So I don't think DFM are willing to just give it over.
Yeah, it is pretty desynced with the dragon, so you can't take the immediate dragon trade. Oh, Bubble on
coming
Minji.
through, yeah. It's going to be Minji, actually, that's taken very, very low. Does have that Spirit Rush to get himself out to safety, and the culling is also used here. Still Pop Blossom available. Tidal Wave was used, culling was used, as well as a Cyclone on the opposing side. Minji getting away with murder there, as Ghost was actually popped by Lakai as he tried to run down and join. FAK also used Ghost, actually. Both top laners trying to Ghost to the play.
Yeah, I think, normally you'd see a TFTP, right? But I think Ray realized that he just could run at this Twisted Fate and not allow him to ult. I'm guessing is what happened. Minji does end up losing his flash and ulti, so I would think the Void Grub's going over to DFM, but it doesn't really look like they're super interested in doing it.
Steel coming out of base now. He should be going top side, as he just did clear his entire bottom side, although Destiny coming through here. Arya going to pop that Pop Blossom. Nice Bell Shield from Lalva. Means that he's not going to get knocked up. No CC coming through. And first blood will be Lalva's for the taking there.
Yeah.
Arya, a bit of an overstay, trying to punish, trying to take some tower plates, and it's him that gets served up. And J-Team find the first kill here, and now 1K is their gold advantage off the back end of that.
Yeah. Hard to really counterplay that with the point and click stun coming out of the Twisted Fate. And, you know, you can't blame him for trying to punish Minji there. He had a massive advantage in the mid lane there. Does use his TP to get back to mid. And Minji holds on to his. I don't think that's going to be too relevant in the next 5 minutes, but we will see. Though it was actually DFM who pick up 2 Void Grubs and get out of there, so... actually deciding to just not sacrifice the tempo and leave a Void Grub up.
For sure.
Run straight to the dragon.
Yeah, so they do deny any possibility of those Void Mites further on into this game. But it was Lalva who actually recalled off the back of that first blood and picked up his experimental Hex Plate. So a lot of power now on this Nocturne. Mainly when he does pop the ult. Without the ult, it is kind of just a ball of stats.
Oh, so Pop Blossom is not going to be up for this dragon. DFM have to try find a way to stall if they can. They are at an item advantage on their ADC and mid, so they'd love to fight this dragon, but Nico without ult is not going to be all that useful, especially not compared to an Ahri.
Yeah, we'll see. Chi-Chi is recalling though, and Dragon is alive.
FAK actually just TP's top.
Yeah, Lakai no Destiny, so can't be there really. I guess.
Lakai's recalling though, he might run to this dragon. Cancels it, which maybe means J-Team just won't contest.
FAK's walking down as well. It does look like DFM are going to at least be able to get this down to about half HP, but we do see on your screens here, Minji collapsing, Lalva collapsing, and Chi-Chi did manage to get his recall off. Picked up his static shiv, so even out those bot lane items. Pop Blossom coming through as well as the Paranoia, and everything's coming through. That Cyclone is locked up. Chi-Chi, Wild Grove coming out, but it's not going to be enough. Steel claiming himself that kill, and FAK has made it to the play. That's 1, and that's 2 will be the reward for this Cassante. And a huge team fight found. DFM take it 3-0.
I mean, so well played by Arya. He doesn't fall for the trap from J-Team at all. He sends his Nico clone in to scout the bush and gets immediately engaged on, actually just pops a Nico ult and runs into J-Team, and in a 5v4 they're able to win that fight pretty easily. Dragon going over to DFM now. I don't think Lakai got all that much done in the top lane. He maybe got 2 plates. Definitely advantage DFM. And yeah, J-Team are... Oh, they actually walked past a ward to get in this bush, and Arya does not fall for it at all. He actually rocket belts in to hit more members, gets the Lulu flash as well. And then once you've landed a 3-man Nico ult in a 4v5, it's already, you know, fight's over at that point. You see the team fighting, you know, difference in these comps.
For sure. Lakai though, he's slowly scaling up now. He has his static shiv online, so the wave clear a little bit stronger now for this ADTF. Got a couple of plates in that play, but it was, of course, FAK picking up the double kill, who now has access to both the Merc Treads as well as the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, I don't think that's really going to give him an opportunity to kill the TF.
It shouldn't.
Or even get Prio, especially without Ghost. He is, you know, maybe going to be a problem for these other members of DFM. Kind of walk down lava in that last fight.
Udapon's up 2 levels, or Chi actually just ticked over to level 8, but
Yeah.
for a moment there was actually level 9 to the level 7 of Chi-Chi's Zeri, so...
Yeah, I wonder how that happened. Both the J-Team bot laners are down a level. They are up 30 CS in the J-Team bot lane.
Yeah, and yet the gold only roughly 700 in their favor. A lot of that, of course, will be this Twisted Fate passive,
yeah,
as well as the 2 plates he was able to pick up for himself, but still, the gold lead being this close is... It does mean this game is still anyone's, but 2 dragons as well in favor of DFM. They also just claimed themselves that Rift Herald, and most of the time, at least in the PCS, we see it just get chucked into the mid lane to try and take down that mid tower, which tends to be the hardest objective on the map to claim.
Yeah, and I think Arya's actually already done quite a lot of damage to that tower.
Harp, he misses the bubble, gets charmed up. Through comes the Paranoia, but through comes the Cyclone Flash out from Harp, and the red buff will be claimed. Lava picking that one up. He gets the fear onto Steel. Udapom is going to use that Relentless Pursuit and the culling, but he is now trying to run for his life, as is Steel. Chi-Chi's followed through, but Chi-Chi doesn't have the damage. 1 static shiv is all it would take. Lakai on the top side, though. He's claimed himself a double. Chi-Chi's not able to find that last hit, but Lakai with the destiny on this TF. We're seeing why it's so powerful, and all of a sudden J-Team claims some gold for themselves.
Yeah, DFM with a bit of an overchase there. They got the Ahri and the Nocturne ults, and then maybe just tried to go for a little too much there. Minji starts this off with a nice charm onto Nami here. Actually, a quick bubble coming out to try catch Minji there, and at this point, maybe DFM just have to back off, but they don't really respect the Twisted Fate ultimate here. Another nice charm from Minji onto Steel. Means he's immediately out of the fight. Lakai's, with the help of Enso here, takes these guys out so easily. Essentially 100 to 0s. Udapon, without Udapon really getting to control his character between gold cards and polymorphs.
Now Rapid Fire Cannon. This Twisted Fate just became a lot more scary.
Yeah.
Not because of raw damage, but just because now you can get stunned from so much further away.
Yeah, and he's not lacking for damage either. You saw him take out Udapon pretty quick.
Yeah, Stack Deck doing a crazy amount of heavy lifting when it comes to this AD on-hit TF. Now, Dragon up in 1 minute. Of course, DFM are leading the Dragon count 2 to 0, so we'll most likely want to pick those ones up from themselves, and maybe even going to be able to take this mid lane tower with the crash of the Rift Herald. We'll see if it can be stopped, but I don't think it really should be, and definitely won't be.
Minji with the TP.
Yeah, got a nice flank there, but is he going to be on a ward? Udapon using this Rift Herald now can actually just crash it into a wall.
Still working on our driving skills.
Actually, I think it was Arya dressed up as Udapon.
Yeah, a bit risky to go for the second charge anyway.
Okay, pings now onto Minji, so they're aware of where he is. They know he is somewhere in this river, and in fact, they're looking for him.
Yeah, he could be in trouble here.
He certainly does seem like it. He's going to have to use the Spirit Rush, I would have thought. Definitely will. Oh, big ult. 7 seconds away from this Dragon. He doesn't go down, but now no Spirit Rush certainly makes any potential Dragon fight a lot scarier, especially for this Ahri. Now, pause will come through.
Good move from Arya there to just be here in the bot lane to stop Lakai from, you know, it's easy to get distracted by this flanking Ahri and just give up a bot tower for free there. But he does split off from his team and run bot. He's pretty, you know, fine against a dive as the Nico. We've seen them try dive onto him already in the last fight.
For sure. I don't know, it feels like this next Dragon should just be pretty free for DFM.
Yeah, when the team fights are already this hard based on the comps, fighting without your Ahri ultimate seems way too hard. I think Minji's just going to run all the way up to the top lane and just try to shove in top tower. I'm not sure if Lakai's already taken that.
I don't believe
tier
so.
1.
I don't believe so. Lakai's spent a lot of time trying to run to players.
Yeah.
Hasn't actually, I think the only exception being Dragon number 2.
Yeah.
Hasn't really spent a whole lot of time in the side lane.
Yeah, when he's managed to get to these plays, though, massive impact on the Twisted Fate.
The once?
And mid lane, the gank.
That's true. True, actually. I mean, he's looked okay. I don't know if you've found what you really want out of this TF. I mean, of course, it's early days, but when you're down now 3 dragons...
Yeah.
Well, obviously, they're not yet down the 3 dragons, but we're assuming, based on the state of the map, that this should be DFM's dragon, and if it is, then yes, you have this TF who can become a legitimate win condition in the side lane, but I mean, you're always going to have to ensure 5 people are around for the dragon because you just cannot afford to give over the Hextech Soul, which means split pushing becomes a little bit harder to get away with since every just 5 minutes you have to contest an objective on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and this makes you wonder about Void Grubs, right? If some of these Void Grubs were an early dragon instead for J-Team, they'd feel a lot better, even with a split-pushing win con, to have the dragons. Because, yeah, 3 dragons, as you said, kind of nullifies the split-pushing out of J-Team. You can just ignore it if you want to and get a soul. You know, let TF have a tier 1 turret if you have to. But if you're getting soul, that's going to be worth it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure we'll get back into game very shortly. Sorry for the delay. You know, how else would we have the Pause Championship Series playoffs? Now, do you think there's any way that this dragon fight can be lost? Because I don't, outside of maybe someone getting caught out. Because you still do have a lot of collapse that can come through from the Zeri Nocturne, even with a Lulu.
Yeah.
But it does feel like this is just a 4v5 at this point. Maybe if FAK or even Arya teleports up to the top side, then maybe if it's at the wrong time, then there could be a contest. But even then, I'm not so certain.
It does feel like it has to be J-Team, or rather DFM losing rather than J-Team pulling anything crazy off. Because you lose so much of your playmaking potential without the Arya ult. With Arya ult up, who knows, anything could happen. Some ridiculous charms can land and win you a fight you have no business winning. But without the Arya ult, I'd be surprised if J-Team do contest this, though it is very scary to give a 3rd dragon over to the team fighting comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just so hard as well to walk into a river when you know there's just a Nico on the other side, because any choke that you have to go through to get to the dragon, you could just get Pop Blossom. I mean, we saw it last time, right? 3-man Pop Blossom into just an immediate team fight loss. Yes, it was 4v5, but even if that was a 5v5, I think just that Nico ult alone pretty much sealed the deal for that one. And so this is something you're going to have to deal with consistently for the rest of the game.
And it is also, speaking of the Nico, this is a very low-range comp from J-Team up against the Nico. Bit of mobility in the Ahri helps her out, but Twisted Fate, Zeri, Lulu, Nocturne all have to play relatively close to each other and close to their enemies. So hard to play around the Nico. And Ahri's been doing a good job of holding his ults.
For sure.
He's not interested in 1-man ults, 2-man ults.
All right, Lo, I got a question for you.
Go on.
Being that you were an AD carry main in the past, in fact, played in the OPL, which is now the LCO, back in your heyday.
Yeah.
What was your... Obviously, this champ wasn't yet around when you were playing pro, but what was your favorite iteration of Zeri build? Because we've seen a couple, right?
Oh, Triforce.
The original?
The Triforce Titanic Hydra Runons.
That was the original, right? When it first came out. And
completely unskilled. You were the tankiest champ on the map, fastest on the map, and did the most damage.
Didn't you end up getting a Black Cleaver in that build too?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Black Cleaver came through in the 4th item as well, yeah. And then the next iteration was the Lux ult, Zeri, where it was just full crit and you're pretty much only doing damage with your W and then diving in and pressing R.
Yeah, I didn't like that one. I can't land my skill shots.
All right, fair enough. Wait, why are you playing Zeri if you can't land skill shots?
Yeah. I mean, the Zeri autos are kind of point and click.
That's true. Kai there on your screen. I mean, he's got some heavy lifting to do now in this current game state. He picked up the double kill, so a lot of the team's gold is on him. Even the team fight they did lose, he spent that time up in the top side getting some CS and some tower plates. So really, if anyone on the side of J Team have to get this game across the line for them, it really is Lakai.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to be the Twisted Fate that has to carry this game against Nico Wukong.
Yeah, no, this is very true.
It's going to be, he's got his work cut out for him.
Absolutely. What champion do you want to see in the playoffs? Because we've honestly, this year, I think, has been one of the better in terms of League of Legends metas. Because we have just seen so many different champs. Whereas, like last year, by the time it was playoffs, there'd probably been like 3 different AD carries played with 3 different supports against Ari and Orianna in the mid lane. It was like the same thing the entire split. And now, we've got people with 13 champions played. Chris Gardner's at 17 now.
Yeah.
I think Minji's at something like 9.
I think the lane we're lacking, or the role we're lacking the most diversity in, is the top lane.
Yeah, this is true. It's kind of just Cassante,
For
Aatrox.
most of the... Yeah, but now we've got some interesting picks. I mean, we saw Taka play Mordekaiser and Zac, I think.
Okay, yeah. Well, we don't talk about the Mordekaiser incident.
I think we're due a Jace game. I'm surprised we haven't seen a Jace yet. 5 games in.
Yeah, this is true. We obviously saw lots of Jace last split, but it was just in the mid lane, at least in the PCS.
Yeah. And, maybe a Yasuo top. That's fun.
But wasn't that like, when that was a thing, it was like, Nas picked, let me lock Yasuo. That was pretty much how it worked.
I can't remember who it was in the LEC, but someone played it into the Twisted Fate.
Okay.
And it looked pretty good.
That sounds like a G2 thing.
I think it might have been against G2,
but
I'm not sure. Yeah, it does sound like a G2 thing, though. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was G2.
Just Broken Blade, cooking up in the top lane.
Now, there's one relatively new top laner in the LEC. He did play last split, but he's a demon. I cannot remember his name, though.
I'm not entirely sure. Looks like, from how it looks, it might be a problem with Enso. Hopefully it'll get resolved.
Yeah.
We haven't actually had a pretty good split even for the pauses. There hasn't been that many.
Yeah.
Honestly, since we've gone to playoffs, it's probably been our highest concentration of technical pauses.
Yeah, you got a bunch of new teams coming in on new setups, so gonna get some pauses. And most of our pauses were earlier. At least the most severe pauses were earlier in the split, as well as people adjusted to their setups. Got all the issues out of the way.
Right, can you call who's the MVP for game number 1? Who's picking it up? You've got to see into the future now.
Gonna go with Arya.
Arya?
Yeah, he's already landed one very nice Nico ult, and that champ kind of farms MVPs, right?
Yeah.
Especially against a short-range comp. He's just gonna land multi-man ults throughout this game.
It's always like incredible to me just how many 4 or 5-man Nico ults we really see. Like I understand, especially in coordinated play, it's a lot easier to work with your support and jungler to find vision holes, and more people with sweepers, and everyone sort of tends to be quite clumped up when you're against them and whatnot, just because you're trying to fight on the same page.
But you'd also think it's harder for some of the same reasons, right? You're against some of the best players in the world.
That's true.
You don't expect them to be grouped for Nico ult, but just the nature of the ult, and
it is just like, is it the same size as a Mumu ult or bigger?
It seems bigger.
It does seem bigger, and it also, you can go invisible and then use Proto Belt and Flash. So
turn into a blast cone.
Yeah, no, you can cover quite a lot of ground.
Yeah.
Whereas a Mumu kind of just throws his Q out and hopes it hits you. Surprised we've never really seen Nico MF as a combo. You know how like
a Mumu MF was a combo?
It was always the curse of the sad bullet time, I believe what it was dubbed.
Yeah, I think Nico's just like Nico mid MF bot. I think MF just sucks. I think we would see it if MF was not as terrible.
MF has her moments occasionally, but he hasn't really for the last year and a bit.
I think she doesn't love the keystones.
Yeah, it tends to be like first strike, right?
Yeah, when MF had her heyday, right, it was the Comet.
Yeah.
Emax MF, and I think understandably that got gutted because it was completely uninteractive.
Since the sort of new Keystones came out, I don't even remember what season it was. It feels like it was just like last season, but it's probably been like 4 or 5 years now. But
Yeah.
when it first happened, I remember press the attack and just full crit MF was like one of the strongest AD carries in the game.
Yeah, she lost a lot of attack speed on her W.
Yeah. The W active attack speed and whatnot.
Yeah, and then you don't like the E max build anymore. That got nerfed too much. Costs too much mana to spam E. So
and now in solo queue, she's turned into a lethality. First strike, press R with your E going and hope it just one-shots an entire team bot.
yeah, lethality MF was so much fun though. When you could queue people for like 60% of their HP.
Oh, you still can do that. Let's not get that messed up. Headsets on now. Hopefully this means we're going back into game. Have you seen Dune 2?
No, I haven't. Everyone is ranting and raving about it though. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't even seen Dune 1, and apparently you have to watch Dune 2.
Oh, okay.
That's what I got told. I also got told Dune 1's not that good, so don't really know what to think. Oh, spring came up. Oh, we're back.
Yeah, we're
Sweet, sweet League of Legends. Now, Dragon, of course, is live. Recall coming through from FAK. And to catch you up, things are pretty even in terms of gold, but this will be the third Dragon of the game on a Hextech Soul map going over to DFM.
Yeah, gold is even, but it really feels like DFM are in control of this game. Couple of slip-ups to the TF rooms. As we expected, though, Minji did run up to the top lane and grab this tower. FAK not willing to commit his TP, maybe didn't have time to TP and save it. They are trading across the map anyway. And I think, yeah, J-Team are not going to bother trying to do anything to this Cassante.
No.
You don't have the champions here to kill him, really. You kind of need TF if you're going to kill Cassante this game. So I wonder if DFM are going to spend this next 4 minutes playing around the Baron, or if they will just try hold all 3 lanes and then play for the Dragon. So far going for some Baron vision.
Yeah, there's a lot of Baron damage on the side of J-Team. There actually isn't that much for DFM. Lucian really doesn't do all that much damage to the Baron.
No, especially not with this Energize build.
Yeah, for sure. Does a little bit more with the Kraken Slayer Navori, but...
Yeah, Nico also a lot of utility in her items, not a lot of damage. So we'll see how they handle the TF pressure. Maybe they feel like they can just handle the side lanes and play for the next Dragon. But that's one tower down by the look of it.
Yeah, will he actually have the confidence to take it? Enso is closer than Harp for DFM, so he is safe, but wasn't able to get the tower felled just yet.
I think he will get it just because FAK is not going to be able to play aggressively enough to keep him off the tower with a Nocturne on the enemy team. You pretty much have to fight TF off of the wave, right? If you're going to hold on to the 1 HP tower.
Most of the time, for sure. It looks like he's going to be going Storm Razor here as his third item as well for the TF. Did recall.
Yeah, I don't know who's killing this Cassante this game.
Yeah, I mean TF will. It's just take a few stack decks.
Yeah, I mean how many will he take down with them?
Also, while FAK's in all-out mode, pretty much everyone can kill him.
Yeah, Zeri doesn't feel like she does all that much into Cassante to me. I haven't seen these two champions fight very often. Zeri not too popular this split.
And Leandri's second for Minji also, so
yeah,
quite a lot of damage there. Not all that much magic resist, just the Jark Show, which...
They probably have enough CC to kill the Cassante, especially in all-out.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, a Charm lands, a Gold card lands, they can probably kill him in that CC.
Absolutely. Now, control over River at first for J-Team, but now as DFM are back on the map with that mid lane priority, they're going to be able to claim it back. Get a nice pink ward here onto the Baron, so a little bit of uncertainty when it comes to the positioning of DFM. Of course, with the Baron pit how it is here, the Scuttle Crab really doesn't offer you a whole lot as to whether or not you know the opposing side is starting up that Baron, as you can just use the side pathways that get created.
Yeah, FAK maybe has to be a little careful here. I don't think Minji's under nearly as much pressure. on the opposite sides. But I think this kind of stagnant game state definitely favors DFM. Just because it feels like it's hard to talk about scaling when the comps just want to do very different things, but I do think DFM's comp will just outscale, especially with the 3 dragons. It means they will get the 5v5s that their comp is going to be winning.
Yeah, see, I don't actually think their comp does outscale. I just think the timer of this game is so low that you're never going to be able to get to the point where TF is single-handedly just taking over the game.
It's so hard to judge TF's scaling because it feels like he should fall off, but he's kind of just throwing stuns, point-and-click stuns every couple seconds from 1,000 range.
Sure, now 30 seconds. This could be Soul for DFM. And if it is Soul, you do have to start to question whether or not J-Team have a true chance following on through the rest of this game.
They might just have to trade Baron. They are posturing to fight this dragon, though.
Yeah, I don't think you ever want to give over the Hextech Soul if you don't have to. That Spirit Rush already used. Paranoia going to be used as well. It was the culling. Lightning Crash is going to be coming out here of Chi-Chi, and he's finding quite a bit of damage. Wildgrove comes through, but Lava's going to get taken out. 2-man Pop Blossom is what is found. Nakai on the backside of this team fight, and Chi-Chi has managed to kite away. So far, as things stand, it is a 2-for-1 in favor of DFM, but they are the ones with much lower health bars, and maybe with this, J-Team can get Lakai to pressure this dragon. Chi-Chi still pressuring on the mid wave. Gold card is going to land there onto Steel. He uses the clone, so no follow-up auto attacks can come through. Teleports, though, both of them coming out here of Arya and FAK. And with that, it's going to be very, very difficult for these 3 remaining members of J-Team to find any angle into this river. Enso has respawned, and he's on the way.
Yeah, this Twisted Fate is so scary from Lakai, but not able to do enough. As it's kind of a scuffed engage out of J-Team. They are looking, but I think they can just go for the mid tower here and, you know, get something for the soul. Obviously not an equal trade, but after a losing fight, they are walking to Baron, and they do have a very fast Baron, as you said.
Yeah, everyone is postured to go towards that Baron. Of course, no teleport here for the mid or top laner of DFM, but honestly, everyone's coming back. There's Hextech gates on the map, of course. So it's
honestly, watch FAK on this Cassante this fight. As once Minji uses ult, you have to engage as J-Team. You have to fight this dragon and do it while you have Ahri ult at least. And FAK is on Minji and the Lulu here. Zones them both out, almost kills them both. And then Lakai is a monster in these fights, but he's essentially 4v1. Does actually pick up a kill.
Yeah, did he manage to get the one, but that was all. Now, Baron is the only objective now on the map for at least the time being.
Yeah, of all these souls as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult now, especially against Lucian. Energizer Lucian just dashing on in, slowing you with that Hextech Soul.
Yeah, no TP. They did commit both TPs from DFM, so it makes this this next couple minutes pretty annoying to play if you're DFM.
Yeah, is Lakai going to get this bot lane tower? I mean,
he might.
There is, I guess, still the win con of just TF in the side lane, because even with the Hextech Soul, you don't feel like FAK ever should still be killing him, although I guess we might even find out now. Lakai doesn't have Ghost, but the movement speed coming through from his itemization does mean he is able to get on out of there. And it is a side lane tower, and in a tower claim, solo gold now for Lakai. We'll see what he can back and pick up.
That's at least 1,000 gold picked up for TF, you know, between the waves and the turrets. And I'm not sure what he'll go for next. Trying to think of the other Energize item.
Voltaic, but he's not going to go for that.
Yeah.
But what the side of DFM are going to go for is a Nocturne, and that Nocturne is going to be taken out in a very quick fashion. It did cost them the Cyclone as well as the culling, but you feel pretty good about that now that you have a 4v5 with Hextech Soul in your favor.
Yeah, and it being a kill on specifically the jungler.
Tidal Wave coming out, Enso actually getting chunked very, very low. Spirit Rush, and it's going to be Arya taken out to almost 0 HP. Chi-Chi will finish up that kill. Steel, of course, does not have his Cyclone available. Watch FAK, though, he's full HP. He gets charmed, but he doesn't really take all that much damage. Lakai now popping his Ghost, finds at least one gold card, but it's going to be all of DFM finding their way out here through this Hextech gate. And despite it being a 4v5, some way, somehow, Minji finds a charm onto Aria and they're able to take that one back.
Yeah, I think that could have been disastrous for DFM if it wasn't for the Hex Gates. They had Lakai on full HP just chasing them, constantly stunning them up every time his rapid fire cannon is up. But well played by J-Team to find a win there in a 4v5. Though Ray Farkey was running to the fight. But even once he got there, not really able to do anything.
See if Chi-Chi, he claimed himself that kill onto Aria, and he must be very, very close to completing this Navori.
Yeah.
Not something we usually see, recently at least, for the Zeri. I think a lot of IE has been the preferred item, just doing more damage.
This was, last time Zeri was in meta, it was the Runan's Navori.
Yeah.
I think the bolts do proc your Navori cooldown refresh. And I mean, maybe Minji can just get them across the line, landing some ridiculous charms. Harp, by the way, on this Nami is ridiculous with the bubbles. He actually got Chi-Chi's flash just by himself that last fight with the Nami Q.
Oh, I did see that. Now, Baron still is up and available, and a minute 45 on this Elder Dragon. You have to feel like this Dragon for sure J-Team aren't going to just give over.
Yeah. And I'm surprised that DFM went for that play in the mid lane after killing the Nocturne rather than going Baron, because now they have given J-Team an opportunity to possibly get this Elder. And, you know, it's anyone's game once Elder Dragon spawns, honestly.
A lot of members of DFM here positioning onto this bot side, making sure that Lakai can't do anything. It is one way to, of course, punish split pushes, is to just target their lane with all your members. Root lands there, and all of a sudden, this flawless Twisted Fate is no longer going to be that. Flash forward here does come through. Are they going to be able to pick up this kill? Pop lots are coming out. There's only on one man. Minji and Chi-Chi, though, they're still staying relatively healthy. And now it's a chase down. Minji getting resets on the Spirit Rush. Harp trying to dodge and dive. Won't be able to do so. That's one more Spirit Rush now available. Ray Farkey, though, he's looking for the Zeri. He's going to find the Pathmaker. And into the boys will come Chi-Chi. Shutdown comes through. Still picks it up. Fantastic work there from Ray Farkey. It turns a good fight from bad fight to good fight yet again.
Yeah, that was so confusing. I thought it was just a free kill onto Lakai, but somehow J-Team turned it around. This looked like a disaster for J-Team once Lakai gets hit by this Nico root. And I think it's just because Cassante is not here that J-Team are able to re-engage, steal very low. And it's Minji Arya with a really clutch Sonya's. Doesn't really amount to much because his team's too low to help out. And then Giga Brain on the Cassante here. Ray Farkey catches Chi-Chi out. Oh, we don't get to see it.
Oh, back to live, and it's going to be an Elder for Dragon trade by the looks of things. J-Team going to be receiving this Baron. And DFM, they do get the Elder Dragon for themselves, so
yeah,
we'll see. I mean, if DFM can find a dive somehow, they should be able to win the team fight pretty handedly.
Yeah, they don't have all that much engage, really. Not without Nico Flash.
They're going to be able to look for a dive 4v5. But Lakai, I mean, you're on a timer, because this Twisted Fate will end the game so quickly. Yeah, especially with the Baron buff now available.
Yeah. Usually when we see Baron traded for Elder, honestly, nothing happens.
Yeah.
We'll see if DFM can do something with their Elder. They're looking to.
Yeah, at least one tower is going to go down. Looks like this inhibitor shouldn't be much longer for the world either. Culling was used there from Utapon on the Lucian. Harp even taking a massive chunk from Chi-Chi's Zeri, but one inhibitor is the bot lane inhibitor going to be taken out. DFM going to strike first on these inhibitors. Lava, though, he's pushed up pretty far mid. It's going to mean that you can't really look for anything in the mid lane here for DFM for at least the next 45-ish seconds.
Yeah, well played by Lava there to realize the inhib's gone. They probably can't push for more without any Baron buffed minions, so runs mid, buffs up his own wave, and kills their mid wave. Just shuts down the play. And I think Ray Farkey is just grouping now. They could have used their TP there in that situation and had him in a side lane, prepping another wave, but they've had a couple of these fights where he's just late to the fight and it's gone disastrously for DFM. He is in a side lane now, though. So 1 minute left on the Elder. See if DFM can get another inhib here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough ask to clear this minion wave. Once again, just such a low range team composition means that you can't really stand up without fear of this Hextech Soul alongside the Elder Dragon to just pretty much claim your life immediately. Nice dodging there from Arya. Not going to be hit by Minji on this occasion. Chi-Chi trying to clear what he can, but not really able to do much. 30 seconds still on this Elder Dragon. It looks like 3 inhibs should be picked up here. Utapon finding a nice slow onto Minji, but isn't quite able to follow it up with any of these auto attacks. And now 3 inhibs are down. DFM still pushing forward. There is only 13 more seconds available on this Elder Dragon. I'm sure J-Team have clicked over those portraits to make sure when this is running out. Double super minions coming in from every lane, every direction, as things are. FAK getting aggressive. They find a massive chunk onto Minji. He's going to have to use that Spirit Rush. Enso as well. Taken out so low, but they're going forward again. Charm misses. Arya's going to get stunned up. Does go invisible, so no more follow-up damage coming through, and Hextech Soul consistently slowing these members of J-Team. Chi-Chi, Lakai, they have a lot of damage, but are they going to find a way in? It's going to be Stealing finds his way in onto Twisted Fate. Chi-Chi's got that lightning crash going down, but he's wailing into a Cassante. This Cassante is not taking all that much damage, although he does eventually get taken pretty low. Utapon, he's going to force out the flash here of Enso on the Lulu. And now 5v4, no Twisted Fate. Utapon once again getting aggressive, and the two-man Pop Blossom onto the bot laner, and Chi-Chi and Arya has sealed the deal. DFM will eventually take game number 1.
Yeah, there's Arya's patience with the Nico ulti again. Every time it felt like Utapon was using his dash, he was taking at least 50% of someone's HP on the Lucian.
And I think there we really saw a difference in coordination between these two teams.
Yeah.
I think honestly there were signs of early life from both teams, but honestly it was DFM. They were ready for every objective as it spawned. They made sure to find their recall timings at the correct time. They utilized their champion power spikes correctly, and that was pretty much how we led to a 3-0 Dragon lead for almost no reason, really. Yes, the Cassante roamed down, but would you rather get your 3rd Dragon at, what was it, like 14 minutes, or have 2 plates? It's always going to be the Dragon.
Yeah, I don't think Lakai really had a chance to move to that fight. I think maybe he didn't have his ulti or a ghost or something like that, and that's just, yeah, coordination. As you said, you got to be ready for those dragons, especially if it's the 3rd dragon, which they actually lost because Minji went on a hero flank, but ended up just losing his ult for nothing. Yeah, yeah, game was already going to be very hard for J-Team to play based on draft, and it was in a style that we haven't seen them pull off.
Yeah, I think there's been the occasional game with Lakai on Gwen that we have seen a similar style. The big difference, of course, is that when it comes to a team fight, Gwen does just offer more than the TF in general. In terms of you're able to find a nice flank and disrupt the team fight a lot more than TF kind of running in, throwing a gold card, hoping to get a few auto attacks off.
Yeah. You do have to just play better with the Twisted Fate as your split push win con.
Yeah.
The Gwen can kind of sit there and not care if 2 people show up to her lane. She will just fight, maybe get a tower, maybe get a kill or 2, or try to escape. The TF will just die, so you have to be getting priority in the side lanes and out-tempoing your opponents, out-rotating with the TF. It's really hard to play around when you also don't have hard engage. You're hoping for Minji to just ult and charm someone, and Nocturne to cause some confusion with his ulti and follow up on a play.
For sure.
And yeah, I think the first rotation, Zeri, Ahri is where they really went wrong in the draft for me with J-Team.
Was weird. I mean, to be honest, I personally didn't really hate their draft that much. I think it was a draft that can work, but you have to be able to contest these early dragons. Of course, the Lucian Nami is like rough, but you have to be able to find at least one timing there. And we saw even with the Void Grubs, where they find a kill onto Arya in that mid lane, and instead of just committing to the Void Grubs with the one person down on the opposing side, you already saw both bot laners from DFM in their lane, so it could at best be a 2v3. You just start up the Void Grubs, get those, but they chose not to, and then didn't get the Void Grub sort of bonus, which would have felt really good on TF, and you didn't even get the dragon on the other side of the map either. So you didn't really get anything. Eventually, it just gets to a point where this TF doesn't have enough time to be able to look for things in the side lane.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell Lakai was feeling the pressure later into this game. He was getting caught out and dying first in a lot of these fights, realizing he is just so much of his team's utility and damage, really, on a very vulnerable carry. This was a miracle teamfight win from J-Team, salvaged a little bit by this ridiculous play from the Cassante, just ulting a Zeri into his team. They pick up that kill pretty easily. And again, no one can really follow up.
Sure. It was Utapon with the most damage. I don't think that's very surprising. He just, you saw it at the end there. He would E forward. Sometimes it would just be a W, and then with the first strike proc, Outer Dragon burn, and the Hextech Soul proc, it was like, wow, they just lost.
Yeah, he almost took 30% of Minji's health off with a Lucian W, with the Nami buff too. Yeah,
for sure. There's just a lot of damage coming through, even if he wasn't finding the auto attacks, which he was most of the time. MVP, are you still sticking with Arya for that one?
Because no, it's got to be Utapon.
I think it should be Utapon as well. I think Harp, maybe honorable mention. Honestly, even Steel. I'm pretty sure Steel went deathless. Maybe he had one death at some stage, but Steel had a really good game for himself on the Wukong.
Yeah, I think he might have died in that mid-fight, but yeah, a good game on the Wukong. A champ we've seen underperform a few times.
Most of the time in the PCS.
Yeah.
Was a really, really good showing, and some hope, some credence to that champion. Most gold did go to Lakai. Kind of cheating though. TF passive always just means that you pretty much get the most gold as long as you are on par for the rest of the map in terms of CS. Only 3 kills was the most kills in that game.
Yeah, on the Wukong. Yeah, DFM just winning fights pretty much. I think everyone had just really high KP.
Yeah.
I don't think there were any individual plays really being made, and actually Steel picks up the MVP. I don't hate it.
No, I don't
did get his team a bunch of dragons. Somehow got those Void Grubs as well, which felt like they should have definitely been going to J-Team.
I think he had a very respectable performance on the Wukong. Deserving of the player of the game here for game number 1. Honestly, I don't like Lalva on the carry, it's hard to call Nocturne a carry champ.
Yeah, he's a weird champ.
Yeah, on champs like Nocturne, he really has, both last year and for the games that were winning earlier on in this year, looked best when on stuff like the Rail, like the Maokai and the Sejuani. Yeah. And I don't even know if it's because of him, or similar to like how Frank operate, where they kind of don't function without Kaiwing being on an engaged support. It kind of feels like J-Team aren't able to find the same success when they don't have Lalva with something that can control the pace of a team fight, choose when it starts, choose when to disengage, or something like that.
Yeah, and you pick up a frontline jungle, maybe that could be a very different draft and a very different comp, and I think that's what I want to see out of J-Team next game, is just handshake the 5v5.
Yeah, I agree, but I think I didn't hate the draft, but they are the most uncoordinated team in the PCS, just by virtue of they've had the least amount of time to be able to play together, and they played possibly one of the most coordination-intensive team comps you have, really, because you don't really want to be finding 5v5 fights. You have an Ari who likes to look for picks, Nocturne who likes to look for picks, TS who wants to be up in the side lane split pushing, can come and look for picks. But when it comes to a team fight, I mean, up against things like the Nico, like the Wukong, even the Lucian just has so much success dipping and diving throughout it. It feels like that's pretty much a lose con to be playing against your team's strengths or against the weaknesses that your team immediately has, or something like that. Anyway, we're going to go to a break. In about 8 more minutes, we are going to be back with game number 2, of course, between J-Team and DFM. We'll see if J-Team can bring it back. It's not looking likely, but we'll see you there.
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, sounded in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Like a fire, I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for game number 2 here between J-Team and DFM. Of course, it would not be able to happen without the Grand Halai Hotel, who are housing all of our representatives from the LJL and from the LCO. So a big shout out once again to them. It is really doing us a service. And now, they have been doing DFM a service because game number 1 was an absolute shellacking. I mean, honestly, there were some fights that were close, but the entire map was just controlled by DFM the entirety of that game.
Yeah, it felt like DFM were in complete control of the game with just a couple of random team fight wins for J-Team sprinkled in there. J-Team have gone for the red side again, which is surprising considering the draft. I mean, I agree with you that the draft wasn't just strictly won for DFM, but just based on how easy to execute the DFM draft was compared to the J-Team draft, you got to factor that in, and I hope that J-Team, like we said before the break, just go for a team fighting comp. DFM are going to be willing to just team fight versus team fight, and you know, you have to try outplay them. Laning phase seemed fine for J-Team.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I wonder if maybe you want to just get rid of the Nico to ensure that you actually have an opportunity to have a winning mid lane matchup, because in general, Ari does tend to win most of her lane matchups, Nico being kind of one of the only champions that just is stronger than her, just in the laning phase at least.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that game was determined by the lane dominance that Arya was showing up against Minji in that mid lane. So I don't know, it's something I think that maybe J-Team should think about.
Yeah, and I think without the pressure of a Twisted Fate and a Nocturne on Arya as well, that could have been a more one-sided mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. So Nautilus once again will be banned by DFM. It's actually J-Team this time who are opting for the Karma ban.
No, they banned it last time too.
Oh, they
and
did?
They've been banning it ever since Minji had a great game on it, but then couldn't carry. They just started banning it themselves. Same bans for DFM, Nautilus and Senna. Orianna banning out strong laners in the mid lane.
What was their third ban? Callista? Maybe?
Was it Rumble,
Oh,
maybe?
Ari banned.
Yeah, interesting that DFM banned the Ari. It did enable a lot of J-Team's plays in the mid game. Off of a lot of nice charms out of Minji. And he was just difficult to lock down and kill in these fights. Lucian ban. I would think it's just a Smolder first pick.
Yeah, so the Lucian was banned instead of Varus. So Varus is going to be open, but...
Yeah, Varus Ashe.
Yeah, true, Varus Ashe. But again, I mean, J-Team have just let Ashe go through the draft phase every single game, so I don't expect them to pick it. Kai'Sa the current hover, but Nautilus was banned, so you can't pair it with what is arguably the strongest Kai'Sa pairing.
Yeah, who was it who played Kai'Sa Nautilus?
Yesterday it was
Volibear.
V3.
Yeah, V3. Just like a very dive-heavy comp, try punish the Smolder. They could go for something similar. Replace the Nautilus with a Leona, Rel.
Okay, Hui.
Yeah, Minji on the Hui. Not really as outstanding on the Hui as his other champs. We'll see if he's put some more time into the Hui.
For sure.
As
Now,
for DFM, Vi, very strong.
True, Vi was banned last game.
Yeah, and Talia.
Well, I mean, this is just a scary comp, isn't it?
Yeah, Talia is very scary to play against as Hui, especially when there's a Vi.
Yeah, it is generally an okay matchup, but as you said, very gankable. Vi can come, use cease and desist on you once, you lose your flash, and then all of a sudden, after about 110 seconds, I think it is, just can come back and Hui all of a sudden not feeling so safe.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rel, this I almost expect to be in the jungle, but it also could just be Enzo on it.
Yeah, we do want to see Lava on the likes of Rel, Sejuani, and Maokai again. Maokai available.
Pyke won't be, so...
Yeah, strange Pyke ban. As if anyone was going for Pyke, I would think it might be J-Team.
Banning a few of these blindable tops, maybe predicting the next pick to be top lane.
It is DFM who will have to blind pick their top laner. Presumably.
Yeah, but they might be thinking that J-Team want to hold the Rel flex, and so putting bans into top makes the most sense, because either you're banning away top laners that you don't want to blind, or you're banning away top laners that you don't want to have blinded into you.
Rumble ban again from J-Team, who is pretty good blind pick top, as we saw Driver demonstrate yesterday.
He put on a bit of a performance, didn't he?
Yep.
As he does.
TF ban this time. If J-Team don't pick the Cassante, it's just going to be another Cassante pick for DFM.
We've seen Lakai perform on the Cassante.
Yeah, he may just pick it up here and maintain the Rel flex.
Jax might be his blind.
Yeah, if you're expecting a Cassante, which even into a not-so-great matchup, they probably will still just play Cassante, unless FAK's got a Gragas up his sleeve. But when you've got Smolder locked in, honestly, you can just pick low volatility champions and get through the early game and just have this champion take over the game. It looks like he might have the Gragas up his sleeve after all. Nope.
They stop you in your tracks there, pal. It
Yeah.
will be the Cassante.
Yeah, I get it.
Now, support, what are they going to opt into? I mean, Ashe is open, but when it's fallen this far down, you don't expect it to be locked in. Also doesn't really pair that well with Smolder. Kind of makes up for a bit of Smolder's missing lane presence.
Yeah, I was going to say Bard. We've seen Bard with Smolder a lot.
Yeah, we have. And it is a strong laner once again. It also pairs pretty well with champions like the Taliyah and like the Vi, where it just has setup.
Yeah, and I think this Bard champion might be sleeper OP. I think he scales surprisingly well in terms of utility. He makes the mid game a lot more interesting and gives you a lot more opportunities in the mid game with his magical journey and ulti.
So Xin Zhao locked in, that means it will be Lalva now on the Xin Zhao, Enso piloting this Rel.
Yeah.
Not exactly what we expected to see, but definitely has been a champion that's seen a lot of presence.
Yeah, gonna be hard to get engages onto the Smolder if you're J-Team, especially up against the Taliyah.
Yeah, I think DFM have a bit of an Exodia comp.
Yeah, this
Now,
is a horrifying comp.
Admittedly, Lakai's had some amazing performances on Jax. I think one, actually, but still.
Yeah,
I think he's only played one or two of them.
Yeah, it did just take over the game.
Yeah, and we've seen Hui take over games as well, so it's not like they're without chances, but it is definitely going to be a difficult game to pull off. Vi just so easy to look for an engage on, and Bard is able to follow up.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what the strategy is with the J-Team comp. There's a very clear win condition for the DFM comp, Smolder. And I'm not sure what J-Team is going to be going for in this game. They essentially just have to outplay, win some lanes. Because there's not a lot of setup for the Kai'Sa.
Not an awful amount. I mean, Hui has a bit of setup within the kit.
Yeah, everyone has a bit of setup. The Xin, the Rel, the Hui, even the Jax.
The Rel has a lot.
Yeah, very short range though. And against the Taliyah, we've already seen Rel struggle as solo engage whenever her flash is not up, and into a Taliyah as well is, going to be torture.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
For sure. Game number 2 now. We have loaded on in here. Take a look at the runes. It's going to be the fleet footwork here for Lakai. Not what we used to see. I don't know if anything's changed because of the Cassante nerfs, but it used to be just the Grasp of the Undying.
Yeah.
Into the matchup with Cassante. Obviously, Jack's one of the champs that can kind of go for a lot of different things.
Yeah, I think it was Driver took fleet footwork into Aatrox.
No, he took what's that called? Lethal Tempo into Aatrox.
Oh, okay.
This might be our first fleet game for Jax, but
No, I'm sure we've seen it. Like 99%
maybe.
certain.
Level 1 Cassante, not much of a threat, so...
Yeah, usually even takes E. The dash and shield on the Cassante.
Yeah, that's one of the more originally named abilities. It's called movement.
It's called movement?
Yeah.
The one word?
Yeah.
Oh.
And this is not the greatest start to the lane here for Minji. Did trade back a little bit of damage, but
Yeah.
once again, it is Arya being pretty dominant. Level 1.
Yeah. Harp
Press
getting
down.
engaged on.
This is going to connect, but only going to proc the Guardian and the Bone Plating, so not really finding all that much damage. They are going to hit level 2 first, though. The bot side of J Team.
Yeah, don't quite hit 2 in time to maybe commit a flash onto Harp there. And, I mean, Bard is also so deceptively tanky. I rate this champ. I think we're going to see more of Bard.
Yeah, we really saw it pick up priority quite heavily as the split progressed, and what a dodge.
Yeah, Lakai very good on the Jax. And he did pick it expecting the Cassante. I think that was a very obvious Cassante pick coming through from DFM. Both junglers just full clearing, both pathing towards the bot lane. Makes sense, honestly, for either jungler. I don't think much is happening in these top lanes. But playing around bot is going to eventually favor DFM, especially once Arya gets his Talia ult. He's already going to have priority in this lane. As you see him now just shoving Minji into his turret the last few waves. And eventually he picks up a global ulti for good measure. Yeah, guy getting a proxy. Doing pretty well in this lane.
Yeah, this is what we always used to see as well, so at least the early stages of this lane haven't changed all that much.
So Steel is headed his way. See if he does. Yeah, just do the crab. Let Lakai get the recall off. And the slower this game, the better for DFM. So this is exactly how you wanted these first few minutes to look. Bot lane of DFM looking pretty healthy as well.
We didn't touch on it, but the lethal tempo here for Chi-Chi on the Kai'Sa should suggest AD Kai'Sa coming through this game.
Yeah, so Minji, you know, going to be helped out a bit by being solo AP on the Hui. See if they can get anything onto Arya here. With Phase Rush, going to be a difficult gang.
Yeah, I don't think this is ever going to work. But Seismic Shove, kind of matched in damage really from the combo coming through from Minji.
Yeah, we're seeing Minji trade pretty well back onto Arya. Both mid laners already TPing.
Yeah, just picking up boots and a tier
Yeah.
on either side.
Lakai, because of his proxy, was able to hold on to his TP, match a recall from Ray Frankie, who is just keeping up in CS. Jax does outscale in the matchup. Lava is top lane, and the wave doesn't look too great for the Cassante.
You know, this matchup, spring last year,
Yeah.
we saw it like every game. Like it was just Jax versus Cassante
Yeah.
every single game.
Yeah, Jax was
And
the original champ.
Every single game, Jax would kill Cassante, and then Cassante would kill Jax, and then Jax would kill... It would be like two
Yeah.
solo kills
Yeah.
each game, and for each top laner. Like this champion, these two champions were just so evenly matched for the majority of the game, until it got to the point where neither of them were really side laning anymore, and it was just 5v5 brawls.
Yeah. Both champs nerfed quite a lot since then. Cassante probably receiving a lot more nerfs than the Jax.
Oh, absolutely. I think Jax's main nerfs are just the items, not actually
Yeah.
really coming through from stats or anything like that. Just, again, similar to the champs like Camille, Divine Sunder being gone.
Our DFM's bot lane picking up plates on an early game Smolder has to feel pretty good. No
yeah, I think
pressure.
it's just the Bard.
Yeah. No pressure coming their way. Lakai does hit level 6 here. Doesn't commit anything onto the Cassante. Doesn't have Ghost.
Yeah, but no mana now for Ray Farki, and he also doesn't have his teleport, so...
Yeah, Lane.
There's cookies, so he'll be able to get a bit of mana back.
Yeah, Lane looking a bit disastrous for this Cassante. He might need someone to come up here. It's actually Enzo coming up to see if he can kill the Cassante.
I don't know if that'll work. He does have Ghost.
It's very low on mana.
Does have a cookie though, so that's automatically 50. That's just going to come back to him. Pops it now.
The more time Enzo spends up here, the more time Udapon is free farming.
They're looking. Oh, they're actually going to be able to land the stun here from the counter-strike. Going to pop that all out, but so much follow-up. Pathmaker's not going to be enough. And Lakai will be picking up that first blood here. So Jax is the one that strikes first in this matchup. No teleport as well for Ray Faki, sorry. So bit of a disastrous time to go down, and all of a sudden Lalva's got 3 people converge onto his position. He's level 6, he's popped that ultimate, but he should just be going down now. He's going to land that knock up. Enzo's almost here, Flash, but Flash is answered here by Seal.
Minji's coming.
Steel does manage to get himself that kill. Minji here now, spiraling despair, but the seismic shove lands and Minji's stunned up. Arya, he's going to be able to get that phase rush and run on out. Weaver's wall, but the stun from Enzo is going to cancel that slide on out, and now Arya's on the wrong side of the map. Hub's doing his best to get him out of there. Seismic shove, and Minji's the one that gets taken out. What an absolute turn of events there, as the kill up top results in 2 more for DFM.
Yeah, Harp kind of salvages that play at the end there with the stun onto Minji, who looked like he was just going to kill Arya with the help of Enzo, but it's actually Minji who goes down. Lakai going to be catching most of this wave. A crazy play from DFM to go for that down numbers in the top side. They do get Arya up there a lot sooner than Minji. Chi-Chi.
Oh, Chi-Chi
does trade a kill back.
Trade one back. I wonder if he should have just sat in that
in the bar,
fate.
in the Bard ulti. Yeah, gonna be just more time to scale and free farm for Udapon though. We're gonna see the play onto Ray Farki, and they just commit 2 flashes and an ignite here, and yeah, they make probably a pretty hard gank work out. Maybe not expecting the rel here. Enzo leaves the kill and Lakai ends up having the flash for it. I'm not sure if that was correct, but Lava here actually stalls this play for so long by getting his ulti off. It is hard to react to this happening, and he dodges the entire Talia combo, and it means DFM have to overextend chasing him, and it looks like it's going to go disastrously for DFM. Lakai decides to stay, and Minji finds a really nice combo, and you know, the shove lands onto him, but there's no follow-up at this point. Looks like Arya is definitely going down here after his ult gets interrupted like that. But Enzo is so far away, and Minji is a little too fast trying to punish the Talia, and just gets stunned up and killed.
Arya is so good at this Talia, by the way. Just landing absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Of course, immediately after it was a 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane too. But Udapon, he's feeling pretty good about himself.
Yeah, we can't see his stacks, but pretty uncontested this game. I imagine his stacks will be quite high.
Yeah, with the 90 CS, you imagine him to be at 100, if not more.
Yeah, maybe not 100. I'd think like 70, 80. Just because he probably hasn't been hitting champs that much.
Yeah, but he's just uncontested farming.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we'll... Oh, there we go. 75.
Oh, 70, 80, 75. Bam, in the middle. Smolder expert. Terrifying stuff, honestly, if you're J-Team.
Yeah, for sure.
Gonna go for the Essence Reaver first. No surprises there.
No, you kind of need it. Honestly, the champion is weak until you have Essence Reaver.
Yeah,
and the reason is you're just constantly out of mana if you're trying to spam abilities, trying to get those stacks. But as soon as you get Essence Reaver, you never run out of mana ever again in the entire game.
Yeah, you have to go like Presence of Mind and Cookies, or Presence of Mind and Mana Flow.
Yeah, just to get to your Essence Reaver.
Yeah, because you are just spells. You know, don't get tricked into auto-attacking too much on this champ. Uncontested Dragon for DFM. As Lava's in the top side, deciding to play around his Jax. I don't blame him, but they have to get some big advantage here to make up for how much free farm.
Yeah, and another disaster. Cosmic Binding actually does connect, and Cease and Desist will follow that Killer Instinct, but Flash from Chi Chi means he won't be going down. But again, this is just more time for Yutapon to be freely hitting it against minion waves. He's even looking like he might even just pick himself up another plate.
Yeah.
It is 6 Void Grubs for J-Team this game, so they did have a little bit more proactivity when it comes to that objective. But again, the 2 dragons against them, Mountain Soul is what they're up against if they aren't able to find a way in for these next 2 dragons.
Yeah, Lakai on a more traditional split pusher this game, so with the 6 Void Grubs as well, lets him be a sort of win con. I just don't know if he's going to come online fast enough to deal with the Smolder.
Yeah, he's just going to die to Smolder. Good timing there from Minji. Not that much damage though, of course, yet.
Yeah, I think it has an execute on it, right?
I don't believe so.
Wait, which spell did he even use? The
Q
3-point shot? The 3-point shot?
Yeah, the 3-pointer.
I think it does have an execute. I'm not sure. We'll have to look that up.
Yeah, I've played the champ a bit, but maybe I just don't read the ability.
Oh, I definitely don't. So, big item advantages right now for DFM. In jungle, mid, and AD, though, actually, I didn't notice Chi Chi did have his Kraken Slayer already. Engage onto Bard, maybe.
Yeah, we've found a way in here, but Steel's going to be the first one to be able to answer back out of these 2 junglers, and Enso might just be the first one to go down. Concussive blows won't land, but the Cosmic Binding certainly will, as Lava's going to have to flash on out of there. Chi Chi doesn't have his flash available. Cease and Desist means he will just be going down, and that's a double kill for Steel. But the play is not done. Arya comes up, will land yet another seismic shove, and claim himself yet another kill. Arya looking strong once again. Yutapon freely scaling, and Steel absolutely everywhere on the map. DFM looking pretty comfortable in this one.
Yeah, Harp playing like a demon there, turning what looked like nothing for DFM once J-Team flashed away into a triple kill. As it's actually Harp getting engaged on the Bard. This champ is deceptively tanky, dodges the Rel Q. And then once J-Team flashed, Lava watches ult here to peel his support, Yutapon off his support. And then this looks like it's failed until Harp lands this ridiculous Q flash on the Bard. And then lands an amazing ult onto the Kaisa too. And then Arya with maybe the 6th or 8th Talia shove he's landed this game.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't miss those.
Yeah, advantages of the Talia, right? Permanent priority. Will ultimate.
Absolutely. J-Team, though, they're not just going to roll over and give this one up. They do pick themselves up this Rift Herald, and maybe some pressure onto one of these towers, especially alongside the pairing of those 6 Void Grubs. But Yutapon, once again, he's at 130 stacks now, so he's got the 2nd upgrade, which means these stacks are just going to start rolling in exponentially faster.
Yep. And it looks like he didn't put the 3 points into W. I don't know if people are doing that anymore.
No, I don't think they are. You just wait till you get Essence Reaver and you are able to clear out the back wave anyway.
Even if you're not maxing W, it still does kind of make sense to go for the Doran's Ring. I thought because of the Doran's Ring.
Yeah, it's the mana, again.
Yeah, you just need the mana on that chant.
And also the 2 pots.
Yeah,
feels pretty nice.
And it's not like you're going to win the all-ins anyway. And Magical Journey.
Yeah, shove will once again land. Cease and Desist comes through. Lakai's trying to flash away. Won't be able to do so. Tempered Fate does connect onto Minji, but there is no follow-up for that at least. And now the teleport coming through from FAK. He may make me eat my words. All of a sudden, Enso is going to be going down. Magical Journey coming through now for Harp. And this looks like it's just the freest kill of Steel's life. And it's just a clean 3 for 0. Absolutely nothing were J-Team able to find. And now 13 seconds on yet another dragon. Should be DFM's for the taking.
Yeah, and I like the way DFM are timing a lot of these fights right before dragons. We saw it in the last game for their 3rd dragon as well. They burned Minji's Ahri ultimate right before the dragon happens.
Nice teleported top, all out available. Pathmaker as well. FAK will be able to make quite a lot of ground for himself. Minji trying to speed himself up. Won't connect there.
Wow. Okay. Too tanky, I guess. I thought he was going down there for sure. So that is going to be Dragon for DFM once they commit Lakai's TP in the top lane. Ray Farky maybe has to get out of here.
Harp's up here, and Arya's made his way here too. Weaver's Wall not available. Magical Journey certainly is.
Wow, so just a free Dragon for DFM. Couple kills along the way too. Look at the stacks on Minji. He's only 270. Well, Arya's finished his Seraphs already.
Lulva's a drifter. Right, he is. Okay, at least they get something. But it does come at the cost of that soul point. Once again, early on in the game, we find ourselves at soul point in favor of DFM.
Yeah, so early. Especially with a Smolder. You know, you kind of want to be on soul point against the Smolder at this point.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have his stacks by the time of next Dragon, if not at the fight.
Yeah.
As he is currently at 170. And at this stage, you pretty comfortably make at least 10 stacks on the minute.
Yeah, just going to be getting the entire wave with your Q at this point. You're doing a lot of damage. And a lot of the times you get some bonus points bouncing.
We'll see as well if he can get the... I was about to say the Shojin. He got that and more.
And he's halfway to his RFC as well.
All right, that was quite the splurge of money.
Yeah, this is a massive Smolder. Picked up a whole tower.
Yeah. Yeah, he's much further ahead than you'd hope he'd be. Now, Arya's, of course, going to know that something's up when a pink water gets placed where his is the second after he places his.
Yeah, and there's an impending sense of doom at this point if you're J-Team. Probably checking these Smolder stacks every once in a while. Not really able to get any plays going for themselves, J-Team. And we wanted Enso on a tank. He's having a rough go at it on the Xin this game.
It's Lava.
Oh, Lava, sorry.
Enso is on a tank. Not even at the Trailblazer. Quite the discrepancy even in the support items, and all of a sudden we've found Lava caught out. Speak of the devil, does pop that Xin ult, and he should be fine for quite some time now. Arya does put down that Weaver's Wall. It splits up Enso and Chi-Chi. Flash, not going to be available. Magnetstorm's pretty good, but Mum comes on down, finds the execute. That's one kill now for Yutapon in this engagement. Lakai is on the back, and there's actually Minji landing quite a few of these long-range pokes coming out from the Hui, but still won't be able to land themselves a kill. It is DFM once again with control over that fight, and Arya with the perfect flash seismic shove. This guy cannot miss.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him miss. I think, speaking of missing, Enso tried to get Arya there with a flash Q on the rel over the wall, but didn't make it over the wall. Arya could have definitely gone down there. Or at least lost the flash he just used to kill Minji. Lakai trying in the side lane, but at this point he's not even up any farm and down a level.
At least the respectful top laners are just emoting each other. Oh,
yeah.
This is disrespectful though. Arya will not miss the seismic shove. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, he missed it. He missed it.
Yeah.
But still gets the kill.
Yeah, a bit of a moral victory for J-Team. Dodging the first seismic shove we've seen.
Look at this Talia build, by the way. Just straight Shadow Flame.
Yeah. Solo AP.
Yeah.
So I guess it makes sense. He's not expecting to need a Void Staff anytime soon.
I don't think it makes sense, but he is just so strong.
I mean, what else would you go for?
I don't know, you could go for pretty much anything.
I like the Shadow Flame. Shadow Flame into Rabadons hopefully next. And the most Giga Chad possible.
I think just even going Rabadon second into Crypt Bloom might have been nice.
Oh, I don't know.
There is no cooldown reduction on Shadow Flame, and
oh,
she doesn't feel that good, but nice engage found from Enso. The Hex Flash does manage to find its way onto Yutapon. Chi-Chi does come through with that killer instinct. He's exhausted up. He's hit by Mum, and Arya with the Weaver Wall will ensure that he is taken down. Yutapon going to claim that one for himself. And now all this control over the top side of the J-Team's quadrant of the jungle. Means that this Baron is a true threat, and Harp with the quick fingers to get himself that mystical journey
I
out of there.
swear Bard is broken. He was just fist fighting Chi-Chi on the Kai'Sa there. Kai'Sa no slouch in the 1v1, but he was just tanking up the Kai'Sa. Eventually exhausts and finishes her off with Yutapon, who now has a massive 3-item spike, and I'm assuming all his stacks at this point, 225.
Yeah, you'd think so. Hopefully we get to...
We didn't hear the Elder Dragon scream.
Yeah,
when he
I
killed
think he
anyone.
might have got the kill with
Just a Q.
the ult,
Oh, right.
I think.
Yeah.
228, yes, he does have the stacks.
Yeah, and honestly, when you see this, the game is usually pretty quickly over, 1 or 2 more fights against the Smolder. He doesn't have Flash or Cleanse, but there's not a massive amount of threat coming his way either.
Yeah, and he's going to be a whole lot safer now that this Dragon Soul, Mountain Soul of course, picked up for DFM. 2 games in a row, they're able to get that Soul Sweep for themselves. And now, it should be pretty straightforward from here on out. I mean, you are just behind as J-Team with a Xin Zhao and a Jax. Never feels all that good, and it's going to be actually Lakai closing a lot of distance there, and Steel eventually has to flash on out. Void Seeker won't connect though from Chi-Chi. And
yeah, you see the splash on that Smolder Q just take out 30% of Chi-Chi's HP.
Yeah, and with the rapid fire cannon, it's even...
Yeah, it's
even
just
more
oppressive to play again. It feels like as a carry, you get hit by 1 Smolder Q, and you're kind of out of the fight. And he's not really having to put himself at risk to hit these Smolder Qs onto you.
Yeah, especially because lifesteal just kind of sucks nowadays.
Yeah, you can't really get much lifesteal.
Like, I think the only good lifesteal item in the game is Blade of the Ruined King,
yeah.
and that's like...
2 champs can build that.
Yeah, unless you're like a Rallier, where it's just full build for you. It's kind of like... kind of whatever.
Yeah.
DFM now, they're going to start up this Baron. Smolder, of course, will destroy this objective. J-Team, they're aware it's happening, but are they actually going to be able to do anything about it? It doesn't really feel like it. Horizon Focus available, I believe, now for Minji, so we'll be able to get vision of this off the back of any skill shot landing. But FAK, he's happy to just be there by himself. He actually gets Harp out of the pit, pops his ult. This Baron is kind of low, but he's even lower. He gets executed. The Baron gets smited. It's now just a 4v5. You've lost your jungler. You've lost the Baron. You've lost the Soul. At least they didn't get hit by the Tempered Fate.
Yeah. No follow-up damage able to come from J-Team to give Lava a chance to steal that. When he went down, it was 1600 on the Baron, so I think Minji was preoccupied fighting someone. Maybe he could have tried to get some damage onto that Baron to give themselves a chance of a steal, but even if they stole that Baron, I don't think it really changes the state of this game all that much. Feels like it just delays the inevitable.
Okay. Recall's coming through, so a little bit less than optimal if you are DFM, but they still ultimately will have about 3 waves of Baron minions to work with to try and break open J-Team's base. And in that time, I mean, what can J-Team really do to stop it? It doesn't feel like a whole lot. Admittedly, now you do have Flash available on the Rel. Chi-Chi with both sums up, but it just feels like any damage that can come through from the side of J-Team is just so negligible.
Yeah.
Seeker's Arm Guard now going to be picked up here from Yutapon. He hasn't died yet. He's not planning on.
Yeah, I think if you're J-Team, you try to get to your item breakpoints, give up on all your tier 2s, tier 1s, and give it one last hurrah. Arya engaged on.
Yeah, Arya is getting looked at. He procs the phase rush. Ooh. And Chi-Chi gets absolutely clapped there with Steel coming through. Lakai still looking for the kill. Redemption coming through, though, from this Bard. Means that the kill will not be happening, at least for now. And on the bot side, Yutapon, he has just been taking some towers, continuing to stack. They now have mid lane and bottom lane with Baroned up minions and 3 members of J-Team against the 5 of DFM. It's a pretty impossible defense. Yutapon even, I mean, look at the stage that Yutapon's at. He's just going forward. He's just unrelenting. Is he going to get the execute? It doesn't look like he will. J-Team are going to have the opportunity to heal up once more, but you lost Hui's Flash all of a sudden. Chi-Chi's about to spawn. Lakai still 10 seconds away. Nexus Tower number 1. It is going to go down. FAK pops the Ghost. They're looking for Nexus Tower number 2. Inspiring Despair does come through, and Harp goes for the flash. Won't find the double Cosmic Binding, and Chi-Chi's trying to find the damage on the back of this 3-man Magnet Storm. Will he be able to? At least no one's gone down yet for DFM, and Utapon, he's got enough health to just keep hitting that Q button. Nobody's going to go down. Actually, Harp eventually will be found. Steel, though, he's claimed 2 for himself. It's 8-1 and 6 on the Vi, and it's 18-4. DFM take series number 1 of the night.
DFM made it look pretty easy, to be honest.
Yep.
Not so much as a speed bump in the road, really. Yeah, the Kai'Sa, both the ADC picks in this series, kind of questionable from J-Team. I don't know if it's a champion pool issue for Chi-Chi or what's going on, but it feels like once they banned the Senna, it just... They had nothing left for Chi-Chi.
Yeah, he does feel like he got a little bit exposed in the bot lane. I mean,
yeah,
it wasn't
Varus
like...
was open.
It wasn't like Utapon was crazy far ahead or anything like that, but he was just even in lane as the Smolder, who,
yeah.
if you're leaving lane even, you're not really even. That champion is just going to do more than you. Constant AoE,
yeah.
Much higher damage, has an execute, burns your whole team. It is just such an oppressive champion, and you really have to keep it down. Wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, J-Team prioritizing top lane as well, not really working out compared to how much they were able to get in the bot lane on the side of DFM.
Yeah, I think honestly though, this game was, for me at least, just the tale of Steel and Aria. Honestly, while Utapon was strong, Harp as well actually, that's true. Harp had a pretty fantastic game of Bard. But I think at least for the early stages of this game, Steel, Aria, they were just everywhere they needed to be. I mean, that one play with Aria and Harp as well, where it looked like it was going to be Aria going down, Harp comes back, saves the day with the Cosmic Binding. I don't know, there's just the coordination, the map play coming through from DFM was a much higher level than that of J-Team, and just kind of proving to us why DFM have won so many domestic titles. I mean, this is essentially the same team that went to MSI for them last year, minus a different top laner. And so this team is looking extremely strong, a lot stronger than J-Team. And now, I mean, I have to worry about J-Team because going into this sort of playoffs, I realized kind of that they were really relying on the Senna. And if it's just going to get banned every game, what can you put in your bot lane to not have it bleed so much?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they've really found anything. The Zeri looked okay.
That's true.
But it's just not the strongest pick right now. Compared to if you can play the Varus, if you can play the Smolder, TF, ADC, there's just a lot of better options than Zeri and Kai'Sa, who we see people going to when they're desperate for ADC picks.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Aphelios even comes out before those champions. Zeri buff's definitely not enough.
I think also if you want the Kai'Sa, currently the times we're seeing Kai'Sa generally are when you can put her as an AP threat, where you are able to just stand further back, have less interaction with champions, and just throw out those Void Seekers, which just chunk people for like 400, 500, depending on how much AP you build, sometimes even 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
We'll have a look here.
So
Aria, I don't remember which one of the many times.
Is this where they're... Yeah, I don't really even remember this. It's just Lakai getting, I mean, so much CC.
Oh, I do remember. I do remember this, yeah. Minji gets Tempered Fate, but manages to...
And it looked like Minji was in trouble, but no cooldowns up to follow up. And, oh, watch this ulti, this wall.
Yeah.
Shoves Rel
So
into the Shattered Earth and stuns her up. Yeah, and the ulti was just good to split up the fight. In general, Aria looks like a monster on this Taliyah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was probably the best Taliyah we've seen in the PCS this split. I mean, we've seen Maple, maybe Maple. I mean, it's up there with Maple, and if you're up there with Maple, it's already looking pretty good for you, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Maple had some really good Taliyah ults as well, but the shoves out of Aria this game.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. I mean, though we have seen some very good Taliyahs as well. We'll see if he gets more of this champ. Maybe that was their ban in game 1. I feel like it might have been, yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
That was so long ago.
We'll have to look that up. It was.
And Aria doing the most damage. Not too surprising.
Outdamaging a very fed Smolder, though.
Yeah, but Aria was active from the beginning of the game. Utapon was active from the 25-minute mark of the game. So
yeah, as you do on Smolder. Yeah, did manage to just take first tower on Smolder solo
goal.
Was
a good game, of course, for Utapon there. As you're seeing it reflected in the amount of gold he had, but it is Steel with the most kills for the second game in a row, also the most damage. and then Aria doing the most damage. Steel, actually, going back, game number 1, he took an average of 40,000 damage per death, in this game 20,000. I mean, this guy is just soaking up pressure and doing it well. Harp will be picking up that MVP. We didn't talk about it, but I mean, it was going to be between
Harp and Aria, definitely.
Yeah, or even Steel. I mean, he finished the game 8-1 and 6, I think it was, so definitely pretty good performances. And it was the 3 champions just roaming together, so it makes quite a bit of sense that they were finding success, especially J-Team just didn't look like they had any answer to it whatsoever.
Yeah, there was just no resistance, just based on the draft, I think, from J-Team. And we're going to see one of Harp's many great plays this game. He landed a lot of good ultis, and this Cosmic Binding was kind of the beginning of the end, the slow and painful end against a Smolder when these bot side fights are going disastrously.
I've never seen it animated like that.
Yeah. Turns this into nothing for DFM, turns it into a double kill, and then Aria with both those members that is able to just freely walk behind the enemy turret and pick up a kill. And then the peel here was ridiculous. I cannot believe Aria somehow survived. The rescue crew of Harp and Steel just show up and save him somehow, as he actually only ults his own teammates there. But yeah, a lot of heals, the Guardian Shield, the Redemption heal.
And now he's just back to half HP from like 200, even after losing his Ceres. But finally, I mean, we've finally seen one of the PCS teams lose here. And honestly, I don't want to say it feels good or bad, but it is good to see that one of the regions coming in is now competing. And of course, we will get to see if the LCO can do it in our second series of the night. But good showing from DFM. And I think if you're on this side of the bracket, it's looking pretty scary, because now we see DFM, very, very strong team. Honestly, J-Team, not that coordinated, but they have some strong individual players. And now if you lose the second game of the series tonight, you're actually going to have to go up in the losers bracket against J-Team. So it's seeming like well, I mean, both teams are the group of death in many ways. There are just good teams on both sides. But you don't want to be losing your first game. You need another chance. But we are going to go to an interview now. It's going to be with Patty and Utapon, so please do enjoy, and we'll be back right after.
Post-game interview. Today we welcome DFM's AD player Utapon to the post-game interview. Let's have Utapon say hello to the fans.
一言ファンにご挨拶お願いします。
こんばんは。今日は勝ちてよかったです。
恭喜你们赢下今天与 PCS 赛区 JT 战队的比赛，现在心情如何 ？Congratulations for the win against PCS team JT. How do you feel right now?
PCS の JT の相手に勝利おめでとうございます。今の気持ちを教えてください。
そうです。まあやっぱ初戦ということですごい緊張とかもみんなあったと思いますけど、そんな中でも勝てたのですごい良かったなって思います。
I think being the first game, we were a bit nervous, but then I think we were very I'm happy that we were able to pull off a win.
因为是我们的第一场比赛，所以我们是有一点点紧张，但我非常高兴今天能够赢下这场比赛。第一场比赛你们打得比较焦灼，第二场则是顺利的拿下来。你认为你们能够获胜的关键是什么呢？ In the first game, you looked a little bit struggled. In the second game, you guys won smoothly. What is the key point that you think you can win today's match?
1試合目は少し苦戦したような印象がありました。2戦目は非常にスムーズにいかれたと思いますが、今日の勝利の要因は何だったでしょうか。
そうですね。まあ1戦目は相手に TF ノクターンといった結構グローバルルート系を持つキャラクターがいて、まあやっぱりそういった展開だとちょっと難しいかなってなるので、まあちょっと苦戦しましたけど、2戦目ではそういったことがないような展開だったので、簡単に勝てたのかなという感じがします。
So for the first game, there was TF and Nocturne with their global ultimates. In those games, we do struggle a bit. However, in game 2, we were able to pull off a smooth win.
因为第一局的时候，对面拿的是夜曲跟这个秘密的全球流，所以就是有一点点紧张，有点难打。但是第二局的时候就比较顺利的能够拿下来了。打完今天的比赛之后，你认为 PCS 队伍和 LJL 队伍在遊戲風格上有什麼不同呢？ After today's game, what do you think is the difference between LJL and PCS region in terms of play style?
今日の試合を終えて PCS 地域と LJL 地域のプレイスタイルの違いというのはどこにあるでしょうか。
まあ、違いに関してはやっぱそんなにないと思っていて、やっぱ普段から結構その練習試合もしていて、まあ割とお互いのことを知っているのかなって感じがしますので、まあそんなに差はないのかなと思いました。
I don't think there's a huge difference in play style because we do scrim a lot daily.
我不认为我们的游戏风格有太多的不同，因为我们常常团练，所以今天很高兴能够再次跟他们对上。 今天你们帮 LJL 拿了 PCS 季后赛的首胜，有什么话想要对 LJL 的粉丝们说的吗？你们在台湾有很多粉丝，有什么话想要对他们说的吗？ Today you guys helped LJL win your first win in the PCS playoff. Do you have anything you want to say to your LJL fans? Also, do you want to say anything to the local fans?
今日 PCS プレーオフで LJL 初勝利を挙げました。LJL のファン、そして PCS のファンに何か一言ありますでしょうか。
そうですね、まずはこの PCS のプレーオフ、数日に向けて頑張っていきたいので応援よろしくお願いします。
I want to work hard trying to get to stage 2 of the PCS playoffs, so please root for us.
我希望我们能够接近继续打，然后进入第二阶段的比赛，所以希望各位继续支持我们。Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢Utah Poon选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you for the interview. The meta of the interviews are even changing.
Yeah, we've got the Japanese translator doing the English portion now, keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, we never really know what's coming next. Now, series number 2.
Oh,
Former
boy.
Oceanic Pro player, you need to give me the hype. How is Antic going to get it across the line against Frank?
When Antics win their games, it's usually through Ryoma, putting on an absolute clinic in the mid lane. He does have to fight off the Azir one-trick allegations. This series and this entire playoffs is probably going to be no Azir for him. He had a good game on Syndra in their last game against Bliss, where they managed to beat Bliss in, I think, a pretty big upset. I think everyone had Bliss making it here. Both Ground Zero and Antics managed to beat them out. They have to get through the early game, I think. I think Gemini is going to cause a lot of problems for Antics. But we will be seeing how it goes anyway.
We will, in fact, be seeing how it goes, of course. We're going to go once again to a quick little break while everyone gets set up for their second series of the night. But when we are back, it is going to be Antics, seeing if they can get Alcio's first series win up against Frank Esports. We'll see you soon.
gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on down, know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me see. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gonna take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me see. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for our second series here of the PCS Spring Playoffs. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, and our major sponsor, that is the Grand Hilai Taipei, with prime location, a fantastic environment, 425 rooms, 6 restaurants, a banquet hall. They're keeping the players from LCO and LJL well hospitalized, and honestly, DFM, they looked rested and they looked good in their first series. Now it's Antics. Yeah. It's their turn to prove to us that the PCS aren't going to manage to get 3 teams through.
Yeah, see if they've got the Grand Hilai Hotel buff as well. As we were kind of saying before the break, it has mostly been Ryoma. If you saw the graphic on the break, he's actually got the highest damage per minute in the whole league. He is, as I've said a million times, a bit of an Azir merchant. We'll see how he does off of the Azir now. I'm sure he'll be fine. It's whether he can have as much impact. A lot of mid laners don't have as much agency as the Azir, as he kind of has everything. Shove, DPS, he has team fight impact, he has
and
safety.
Yeah. I think safety's the big one, because a lot of these high impact mid laners, often the reason they're high impact is because a lot of their kit is just into damage, into things like finding picks, or they have something in their kit to allow them to succeed, but then they lose something else on the other side, which is most of the time safety. And Azir doesn't have that. But of course he is disabled. And then that was on your screen, of course, Frank Esports. And they do have Eminem. So
good news if you're a Frank fan.
Very good news if you're a Frank fan. Not so good news if you are a fan of Oceania. Pretender going to be the starting mid laner for this series at least. And honestly, it's kind of... The team success doesn't really matter who is playing out of Jimmy or Pretender. What does change is the style that they go for. Pretender very much more prefers his control mages. He quite likes the Nico. He likes the Karma. He's played, I believe, a game of Wei. And he has and Orianna as well. He has looked really, really strong on these types of champions, whereas with Jimmy you tend to get Akali's, Yones, and the Azir, of course.
Jimmy's got more of a farms for himself and carries fights. Pretender is more willing to play setup and strong laners and just enable his team to carry. Antics on your screen, Zoranus, Swiper, Ryoma, King, and Draku.
A lot of experience.
Yeah, plenty of experience. These guys were playing before I was playing several years ago.
Yeah, I think Swiper by himself might have more pro experience than the entire side of Frank combined.
Yeah, that would surprise me.
Very possible that is the case. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, they were pretty formidable. A lot of times in the LCO, they'd actually fall quite far behind in the early game and then manage to come back as the game progressed onwards. And that honestly is something we saw similarly out of Frank as well. So we'll see how sort of these matching, in many ways, game states, I suppose, how they go up against each other. I think in general, who I worry about the most is probably Zoranus up in the top lane.
Yeah.
Not because of Zoranus. I mean, he's looked fantastic in the LCO, but Jiang has been so immaculate in the top lane. Oftentimes winning 1v2s. Pretty much every time he's in a 1v2, he comes out with 1, if not 2 kills. I remember a 1v4 where he almost picked up a triple, only getting the double, but this Supernova Jiang versus niche pick Professor
That is a good way to describe this matchup.
Is.
If Zoranus is going to get by in this top lane, I don't think he should be playing standard. I think he should be going for his off-meta picks. He did play a bit of Volibear before it even got buffed, I think, in the LCO.
Urgot as well, I believe.
Urgot, I think he had a Varus game under his belt. Maybe even Kog'Maw.
Did he have the Kog'Maw in the LCO, or was that just the solo queue?
Oh, maybe I'm just remembering Zoranus from solo queue. But yeah, he has a lot of niche picks up his sleeve, and maybe he can catch Jiang off guard. They are probably going to be on the red side, so that would enable him. You've got the Pretender versus Jimmy in stats here.
We're just comparing mid laners for the same team.
To be fair, Jimmyan was playing in the mid lane a lot more of their games on that 4-series losing streak they went on towards the end.
Yeah, but that was also partly because Pretender was playing AD carry during it.
Yeah, so just the win-loss is a little unfair to Jimmyan, I think.
It is very much so.
As we feel like these players are pretty comparable.
Yeah.
Ryoma on your screen, highest damage, highest CS in the league, second highest gold difference.
14 solo kills.
And
very impressive stat.
Pretty ridiculous KP stat as well.
Yeah. Obviously, spent time over in NA. Came back looking stronger than when he left, and so definitely is the driving force here behind Antics, at least from what I've seen in the LCO. Generally, it is him that is, you know, finding early leads, finding success in the team fights, and throughout the rest of the game.
He's been labeled the late game carry of Antics, but with 14 solo kills, yeah, maybe not so late game, just the carry.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous stat. I think, honestly, we didn't see Jiang's stats, but I'm pretty sure he would be close to 14 solo kills as well. Up in the top lane for Frank. It is a treat to watch for anyone who hasn't been able to catch a game of Frank Esports.
Yeah, Frank, unsurprisingly, going for the blue side. They prefer to all split.
Yeah.
And they play really well around, usually bot lane, when they're on the blue side. Smolder banned immediately.
Yeah, they're not wanting to dabble in the first pick Smolder. Vi going to be taken away from Gemini. It is something he's had a lot of success on, but honestly, I think Lo and I both agree that when we see Gemini on things that are Rel, Maokai, Sejuani, again, more of these tank initiating junglers, it does feel like the team looks a lot better.
He's had a couple of good Lee Sin game.
He has. But I think in general, it just seems like the team is stronger when he's on a more utility-based champion. Now, Senna going to be taken away as well. It's something that the LCO had very, very high prio on, as did the PCS for a little while. I want to say week 3-4. It was like the Senna dominance weeks, and then after that, kind of fell out of flavor.
Yeah, it feels like we're not getting as much value out of our Senna Nautilus lanes as maybe teams are able to in other regions. Pretty rarely getting off the ground with the Senna Nautilus.
Absolutely. Callista banned away from Eminem, and then Oriana will be the last ban. So
Frank
a little bit
Oriana.
of a self-ban, but Nico being up does make me think that there could be a Nico coming on the horizon, especially with that Aatrox ban. I was worried about Jiang just picking that first pick here. Riven is something you also have to consider before going pro. Jiang was a Riven one trick.
Yeah,
he's
played
picked
it already
once, and he solo killed an Udyr at level 2, so...
Yeah.
Varus, though, might just be the lock-in. We've seen Eminem have success on both the lethality and the honor hit.
And I think this is kind of a read from Frank that Antics aren't going to go for the Nico. It doesn't strike me as the type of champion you can really carry on if you're looking for that kind of performance from Ryoma. You can have massive impact on the Nico, but if you're just hoping for your mid laner to carry the game, Nico is not going to be doing enough. He'll need his teammates to step up. Lucian, all Lucian lanes are available at the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Emilio plus something here for Antics.
With Rel locked in, most likely going to Swiper. He played quite a lot of Rel throughout the playoffs. Also is just a takeaway from Gemini. Drag, who of course can still play it. It is going to remain a flex, but I would expect to see Swiper being the player to pilot that one.
Well, maybe the Maokai nerfs have finally killed this champ.
No, definitely not. I refuse to believe it was like 5 damage or like 5 movement speed. It was
Yeah, we were never really watching Maokai feeling like, man, if he had 5 less damage. He did lose root duration on his ult.
This is true. Volibear. Could that be the pick? We haven't seen it yet for Frank.
Yeah, we haven't seen it have any success either.
That is true.
We haven't seen it in the top lane though. So
okay, Gemini going to go for his Viego. He has actually had some success on that champion. Now, I was going to say this before, but last year, Pretender had a lot of games on Ahri, and he looked really good at Ahri. So now that Ahri has received those buffs to the Orb of Deception, as well as just some of the items that she likes to build, receiving buffs as well, it does feel like Pretender will open up that champion pool just that little bit more.
Yeah. I think his 4th unique champ.
Yeah, I do believe so, yeah. So, not the highest numbers, but you do expect, if you're playing with Pretender now that you come to playoffs, that there are more champions he's willing to pick up. Of course, we have seen him play a lot more in the past.
Yeah, I think a really smart Leona ban from Antics should probably follow it up with, I guess, an alley ban, even though it feels okay to play Xayah into the alley.
It does feel like a really good Ashe game, but Frank will not pick a ranged support. They just refuse to ever do it.
Yeah, Kaiwing is going to be playing a melee support. Or I think he should be. Whether he does or doesn't, we'll have to see.
Well, I think he should be picking Ashe.
Well,
but
yeah, I think just based off the way Frank play.
Nah, for sure.
And he's kind of running out of champs. Maybe Antics will ban 2 more engaged supports, pick the Rakan 4th year.
So Narban, I believe now that this is most likely going to be a Cassante blind pick.
Yeah.
With the Narban out.
Yeah, Twisted Fate still open for Zoranus.
Varus even, honestly.
Yeah.
Really strong into the Cassante.
And Antics hopefully are not going to miss a ban here. Because our graphic hasn't updated at least.
There might have been a collapse of the champion select. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe running into some technical issues. I'm expecting another engage support ban and then the Rakan locked in. So you end up with Xayah Rakan and you've banned out just about every viable engage support.
I mean, Maokai is still open. Tahm Kench is also something we've seen Kaiwing pick alongside the Varus before.
Yeah. I think that was into
a Nocturne Orianna,
yeah.
But still, I mean, it's still just fine to pick, honestly.
Yeah, it doesn't feel, you know, it doesn't feel as good, obviously, as a Nautilus or Rel. Looks like we've got to restart.
But when it comes to Frank,
select.
it doesn't feel like they have all that many options in terms of their support.
Yeah, they might have to just bite the bullet and put Kaiwing on a range support, but we'll see.
We will. And I just noticed, actually, but Frank are actually in studio. So they're based in Hong Kong, and so that's where they are usually playing from.
Yeah, couldn't resist staying at the hotel.
Yeah, and last playoffs they didn't actually come over, and the playoffs before they didn't come over. But with the Grand Halai Taipei,
yeah,
all of a sudden they're a bit interested.
How could you resist? Yeah.
Hopefully we get this champion select back in.
Hopefully we get Frank back.
Yeah.
I miss early split Frank.
Well, to be fair, they were like losing almost every early game, and they'll just find some ridiculous team fight and be like, oh, well, I guess we're winning now.
Yeah. But that was cool. They did it consistently enough that it was somehow their playstyle to just land 4-man Orianna ults. Or 3-man Azir ults.
For sure.
So
I'm having a giggle.
I think we're yet to see either of the top lane picks, which is going to have a massive impact on this game, I think.
We saw Narband. What else? I mean, TF maybe. Varus maybe.
Yeah,
we're assuming it'll be a Cassante lock-in.
Yeah, it's never going to be Udyr.
No, it shouldn't.
Jiang just doesn't play the champ.
And I'm glad.
Yeah, grateful. Forever grateful.
I hope he picks Riven. I don't think Riven struggles against Gnar, though, so that's making me think he won't.
Yeah, I don't know how Riven works.
Just kills Udyr level 2.
Yeah,
Did you not watch it?
Yeah, that was unreasonable. Yeah, unsurprising, we're getting word that it was a client issue. It did seem like it with the ban not coming through from Antics. So restart our clients and run through the draft quickly.
Strange, I've never had a client issue before.
Yeah, the Riot client known for being immaculate.
It's just always perfect, honestly. We'll see, though. I mean, what are Antics' real win conditions?
Have we seen what Ryoma's playing mid? I know I'm only talking about Ryoma, but he really is.
Did we?
So much of this team.
I don't think we did. What did we had? Xayah, Nautilus, Rel. So unless he's playing one of those three, we didn't see the mid lane yet.
Yeah, and
he knows he's into Ahri.
Yeah.
I mean, what remains open? In theory, I mean, there's stuff like the Akali, but Akali feels a bit rough, at least in the early stages, up into Ahri. Of course, when it comes to skirmishing, she certainly comes into her own and becomes quite strong. But
yeah, maybe he'll go for something like Talia. We saw Krskada play Veigar into Ahri.
Yeah, he did,
pretty successfully.
That was yesterday.
Yeah. Completely shut down Kisei on the Ahri with his Veigar mid last pick.
Yeah, but Krskada is a dark magician. That guy just he just picks whatever he wants. All right, looks like we're back into draft. I'm sure we're just going to quickly ban the same champs, quickly pick the same champs, and we'll most likely return to the state that we were at, which was the first ban for Antics in the second... Oh no, the second ban for Antics in the second ban phase.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any reason to redo the draft, so we'll just get back to the point we were up to.
Yeah, so what we're waiting for a top laner and a mid laner for Antics, so we're waiting for a top laner and a support for Frank. Now, I think, honestly, just knowing how Antics often get their game wins, I mean, it makes no sense to save your mid really for last pick, but maybe if you want to counter the entire comp, you could.
Yeah, see if it's a good game for whatever champion they're going to put mid.
Yeah.
Though it does make more sense just to make sure you get a last pick for your top laner.
Yeah, for sure. Just getting 2 winning matchups always feels pretty nice.
Yeah, Jiang doesn't have a small champion pool himself. We talked about Zoranus and his crazy pocket picks, but Jiang, is open to playing a lot of champions, especially if he can get a counter matchup.
Yeah, I think like Jax, Camille, Riven, he really enjoys those types of champs. He does often just end up on Aatrox and Cassante by nature of how the meta's progressed and what his team needs.
Yeah, and he does just take over games. Yeah, it is going to be another engaged support band for Antics into, I assume, a first pick Rakan, and they've really shut Kaiwing out. I'm not all too sure what's left.
Well, they can't pick Rakan. They already have their support, so this should just be Rakan before Kaiwing.
Okay, so
LeBlanc going to be the pick here into Ahri, so it is very much a skill matchup, the Ahri versus LeBlanc. Of course, you can never really just dash forward. You can't use that distortion forward a lot of the time up into the Ahri. You can't just charm it out.
A lot of squishy targets for the LB to take out this game.
And there is in theory some gank set up in the mid lane if Rel wants to come and try and set up some plays with Ryoma. But as soon as level 6 is across here for Pretender, he should feel pretty safe and ungankable. Yeah. We're going to have Braum, so I don't think we've seen Kaiwing on the Braum before.
Yeah, it's a good Braum game. I think Rakan would have felt a bit frustrating to play into a Nautilus. It's very scary being a Rakan into Nautilus, so just goes for the Braum.
Yeah, and Braum's actually very good into the Xayah, the Nautilus, and the Ral. Honestly, Xayah not so much. Xayah can kind of dip around the Braum. Of course, the shield is there, but a lot of the time you not really want to use the shield just to block out some feathers. But in general, it's pretty hard to find an engage past Braum. And
blind Renekton.
Okay. I'm here for it. And Zoran's going to go for that Cassante up on the top side. So we do have our team comps now. I think, honestly, looking at them, it seems fairly evenly matched to me. I want to wait and see what Varus we get. I think it should be the lethality this game, because there is just so much damage coming through from the rest of the team throughout pretty much the whole game.
Let me make a case for on hit. Though they've got 3 tanks, and you get to build a Wit's End Terminus against the LeBlanc.
Let me make a case against on hit.
Yeah.
There is a LeBlanc against you.
Yeah, but you get to build like a Wit's End. That's cool. I guess you get to build more if you go.
I think Wit's End is such a fraudulent item.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we've seen it.
I think you're only ever getting magic resist on hit Varus through Terminus. I think is. And even then, generally you haven't stacked up Terminus by the time LeBlanc's somewhere near you.
I am addicted to on-hit Varus. It is so fun to play against 3 tanks.
It is.
When you're on-hit Varus. And
it's not so fun to play on-hit against a LeBlanc, though.
Yeah.
And you do just have a lot of damage. You have a Viego, you have a Renekton, an Ahri.
Yeah.
You don't really need to have so much consistent damage. Yes, there are tanks, but most likely we're going to have a Leandris come out.
Yeah.
Because there's so many tanks, Renekton kind of gains value because he's not really concerned about the tanks in his face. He's just going to try and find his way onto that back line on King Xayah, onto maybe finding a stun somehow onto Ryoma on the LeBlanc, which seems a little bit difficult, but we always see Renekton funny business.
When we've seen Viego fail, it's been on low damage comps, but this Frank comp has plenty of damage to get this Viego his first reset and allow Gemini to carry some of these team fights.
I think it's also worth mentioning that Xayah kind of struggles to get lifesteal into her build.
Yeah.
Because she really does need to get either Kraken or Stormrazor, depending on what you choose for. But then afterwards, you need Navori, you need to get some armor shred, and by that stage, 4th item.
Yeah, Eminem does end up going on hit. I get it. It's too hard to resist against this many tanks. Bit of a disco in the top lane.
He does have a Braum for protection, but it is always going to be scary.
Yeah, it will be.
You have to get so close to... I mean, they are tanks, yes, but, you know, depth charge onto a Varus, he can't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, you just got to stand and deliver the on-hit Varus.
Chiefs logo.
See if Gemini goes for his usual just path to bot that he does on blue side. It's starting blue buff, so Unless he wants to split the map and try invade Swiper on the rel, we'll probably be just making a play onto bot lane. Not amazing setup. You're pretty much just hoping for a Braum Q to land with Eminem in range to proc the Braum passive for any play to really happen on the bot side. And I'm not entirely sure who's going to have prio in this bot lane.
Yeah, I think maybe
Looks like
sort of
Zion,
start of the lane probably isn't going to be the side of Frank, but I think sort of after level 3, once Braum has his abilities and Varus has his abilities, becomes much more even of a stat stick. A lot harder to
and points and Varus Q. Big trade on the Kaiwei.
He's getting rooted up. He does hit level 2 now, so we'll be able to put up that shield. But
yeah, gotta feel good about that as Antics now, as I don't imagine Frank are going to get prio in this bot lane anytime soon.
yeah, Eminem actually did manage to find a pretty decent trade back onto Dragku at the back end of that, but yeah, for at least the current health pools, it is certainly favoring Antics. They did lose Ignite, so summoner advantage in theory in favor here now of Frank.
Yeah, so I think this has killed any hope of Gemini getting something done in the bot lane, or cross-mapping and invading Swiper, as Swiper's looking for something on the Pretender. Actually invading, but he's walking onto a nice ward. Actually just places some vision for himself.
Yeah, and not surprisingly, it is the Renekton having prio, at least so far, in this top side.
Takes a tower shot, though.
He did. He does have quite a bit of sustain, as well as just no mana costs against Cassante, who has, especially in the early stages, quite high mana costs.
Both bot lanes recall, and looks like Gemini's just going to take the top crab. Still 30 seconds on the Void Grub spawn. I don't really think he's going to be able to kill the Cassante.
No, I don't think so either.
He's going to maybe try catch these Raptors on spawn.
The Renekton pretty much just does his job later on as soon as these skirmishes come through, and Eminem loses a flash.
Traded for Draku's flash.
Yeah. Of course, this Nautilus with the Hex flash and just being the support.
Yeah, it's not going to be missing his flash.
No, it's feeling pretty good now for the side of Antics. Gemini, though, he's been proactive on the other side, claims himself that big chicken.
I think Swiper got all of the little chickens too, so he's not feeling horrible about that.
No.
Frank's bot lane kind of struggling. Doing okay in farm. Maybe going to have a lot more impact later in the game. Viego Braum feels like a good combo to me. If they can get any 3v3s going. Or dragon fights.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, Renekton can immediately proc a Braum stun as well.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of...
Kind of uses his stun to proc it, though. Feels like a waste.
Yeah, even if you don't use the empowered one, though, you just double stun into an auto attack, which just chains the stuns, essentially. It's a bit niche, but certainly wouldn't be too surprised to see it happen at least once.
Well, lane's going even. Zoranus kind of suffering on mana, but he does have cookies. Does Swiper want to contest this? There is so much prio in the top lane. He actually goes on Pretender.
Yeah, and Pretender has no mana. Ryoma now does hit over to 6, so we'll have that Mimic, but Pretender being far enough away, he's gonna be alright.
Yeah, there was level 6 on the Ahri as well.
I just didn't know if he had mana for it.
Yeah.
Actually has a Null Magic Mantle, so most likely we're going to see a Merc Tread rush here.
Yeah, Merc Treads don't feel as good as they do against, some skill shot champs. LeBlanc not doing a lot of her trades with skill shots, right?
Yeah, but I think against Ahri you do a reasonable amount of them, just simply because you can't really W onto the Ahri. Unless
yeah, fair.
So a lot of the trade does come through from the chain.
Zoranus pretty low, but Gemini is pathing bot, so he should be fine under his turret. Is falling behind a bit in CS, but he's a Cassante. I think he'll be okay.
Draku very close there on that dredge line. Won't connect though. And now Winter's Bite also goes wide, but still gonna land that Braum passive. Draku taking a sizable chunk of his health. Eminem, he's stunned up. He's rooted from that Blade Caller. Now he's trying to run away. No flash, no ghost available. And it should be Swiper who picks up first blood here up against Frank. Even the Blade Caller again coming through from King. But Braum puts up that shield and is able to just get away.
Yeah, living on single-digit HP there, I think, the Braum. But the Antics bot lane has been really impressive so far. Just straight up winning in the 2v2. Swiper shows up well before Gemini and cleans up a kill. Almost gets a second.
Now, priority top will be in favor of Zoranus for now, but Jiang has not recalled as of yet. Should be able to find one now. Clears out that minion wave with that Call of the Meek, and we'll see what he can pick up. It's the Bramble Vest first here for the Cassante. And I honestly remember back in spring of last year as well, this matchup we saw quite a lot back then. And there's always the argument of, is the Bramble really worth it against the Renekton? Because the Renekton actually doesn't have to auto-attack you to get his healing. Ryoma finds a nice trade here in the mid lane.
Yeah, in the Braum's face, I guess there's not much Braum can really do. Eminem has to dodge a hook.
No, some still. He's very close. Nice dodge. Fancy feet there. Gets out of harm's way. Trades back some damage. Gemini's here. Flash forward. Lands that stun. Draku, he is going to be taken out. It's Eminem who claims that kill. So a quick answer back in the bottom lane even for Eminem and the side of Frank.
Yeah, Draku not able to get out of there in time after the hook goes just slightly wide.
All Chain of Corruption. Cleanse immediately from King, so he's going to be alright, but Summoner now down.
So far, Dragon and Void Grubs both going to Frank. Just that first blood going Antic's way. Ryoma building himself up a decent CS lead in the mid lane.
Certainly has. Kind of the same CS lead as we see in the top lane.
Yeah.
So
pretty impressive. He did have counter pick, but Pretender is one of our better laners in the mid lane. Maybe just by virtue of his champion pool being
strong laners.
Mostly Orianna and Nico.
Yeah, and Karma.
Yeah, Karma.
He does set himself up to win some lanes. Demolish here.
Oh, half HP almost on the top tower for Jiang.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good time for himself. Certainly wouldn't be surprised to see that he has the most gold in the map currently. Sure, we'll see soon.
Yeah, even with the kill on Pretender, he's got so many plates.
Yeah.
And farm. So when does this get better for Frank's bot lane? Because maybe a play mid? Both these mid laners so mobile though. Hard for any straight up fight to happen. In the 2v2 anyway.
Swiper's still hovering around this mid wave, and Jiang going to find himself another plate here in the top side. Looks like he'll be going for the Sundered Sky. No, actually, I take that back. Black Cleaver.
Yeah, the newly buffed Black Cleaver.
Obviously going to help him cut through some of that armor of the Cassante. Kind of weaker though when he is in the skirmishes if he's up against King or Ryoma.
Maybe 6 Void Grubs going over to Frank. It probably will be since Swiper is nowhere near. Might try and make a cross-map play onto bot lane.
Yeah, but with Braum it feels pretty undivable, and Eminem now finally has both his sums available.
Yeah, Frank seemed to be aware of exactly where Swiper is. They've spammed assist pings onto him.
And it might actually just be Zoranus who's in trouble. He's half HP. King even in trouble. Ghost out of Eminem. Chain of Corruption clearly landed. And Featherstorm gonna have to be used there to keep King alive in this instance. Stun coming through there. And it's just gonna be Jiang taking that one. Gemini even getting the reset. Ryoma coming in. He's half HP. And there's a Cassante now. Oh, Jiang's gonna pick himself up yet another.
Yeah, Ryoma showed up at half HP and just gets flashed on by Jiang and insta-killed. Renekton is still nothing to mess with in the early game. I wonder what happened. Was Ryoma just half HP, or did maybe Pretender find a trade onto him? He probably would have charmed him if he did.
Yeah, you'd think so. Or maybe he knew he couldn't kill Ryoma, but they'd said that they can up top, you know, bit of coordination.
No way.
Perhaps.
I think he was just half HP. I think he was just randomly half HP.
Yeah,
just from
lame.
trades.
Yeah.
And then
Either way.
isn't expecting. I think Gemini was super tanky because he picked up the Cassante off his reset, which enabled that dive. Maybe they can't do it with just a Viego's health bar. So super decisive from Frank here. They just walk up, stun Zoranus, follow up with the Viego stun, and just one-shot him.
Yeah, he didn't
Gemini,
get the W off at any point of that.
Yeah, Gemini gets to reset here, and he can tank the turret. And yeah, Jiang flashes to follow up.
Yeah, really decisive play.
Oh my god.
I think that could go a whole lot better. Well, maybe not better. I think ultimately Zoranus will still go down, but he would have survived a lot longer if he was able to get that Pathmaker off. Fire coming out bot. Dredge line lands. There's going to be depth charge as well onto Eminem. He's kiting though. Draku's getting low. Kaiwing is going to escape only just, and now Swiper slowly running around, but Gemini's come down. Pretender has come down as well. That's one, that's two. Ari out of nowhere's found kills, and Gemini is the best Nautilus on the server as they collect 3 down on the bot side.
Yeah, Frank just with a ridiculous pace, somehow getting 4 people down here in the bot lane. Antics, it feels like they're maybe making a cross map, but it's just a little too slow, and Pretender with Prio in the mid lane gets down here. I think Ryoma was in base, or he just took the base then. And Eminem traded back so much damage onto Draku that he forces out his flash in the 2v3.
Yeah, and honestly, Kaiwing just stayed alive for so long.
Yeah.
Just reducing so much damage.
Yeah, so did it just start with a hook maybe onto Kaiwing?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, hook onto Kaiwing. And they can't really walk up and hit because the Verisol is zoning King. He has to walk out of the Verisol first before he can hit here. And in the meantime, Eminem's almost killed Draku, and then somehow Gemini is behind them. And he dodges the Nautilus hook with his W and then picks up the Nautilus and hooks King. King not ready to flash out of that one.
Yeah, ridiculous play out of Gemini in both top and bottom. I don't know what they're saying, but they seem happy.
Yeah.
No reason not to be.
Yeah, six kills to 1 now, almost 5k gold lead.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, just a couple plays.
Swiper picking up the first blood, and then, yeah, out of 2 swift plays, really, it was just 6 quick kills found by Frank, and with that, now a 5k gold lead. Of course, still not insurmountable, but this early on in the game definitely feels hard to try and find a way to overcome.
Yeah.
You do have champions, though, that can find things out of nowhere. I mean, LeBlanc, one of the premier assassins that just randomly getting a kill in a side lane onto someone.
Yeah, against a lot of targets that he can kill fairly easily. The Varus, the Ahri, and the Viego. Probably not going to be killing the Renekton anytime soon.
Yeah, the proc's a bit strong. Even going for the Merc Treads this game. I mean, there is just a lot of CC.
Yeah,
now,
2 dragons. Yeah.
Gonna see another Mountain Dragon. There's now 10 minutes time, assuming Frank are able to pick up the next one, that it will be that Dragon Soul win condition on the table. And I'll say one thing, is that Frank look a whole hell of a lot different with Eminem compared to no Eminem.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely good to have Eminem back. Just a lot more decisive, a bit bumpy in the early laning phase.
Yeah, but I think with how much pressure they were facing, if it was Pretender once again playing the AD carry role, I don't think
they might
be up CS and surviving a lot of those ganks.
Yeah, he's somehow up CS, which is pretty impressive. And it's gone from Antics feeling like they were winning 2 lanes to just instantly down 5k.
Oh, hook lands here. Blade Caller as well. It's going to be good. The knockout. Pretender. Flash. Spirit Rush. Ignites. Burning, but it won't burn enough. And down will come Jiang. He slices and dices straight back into his tower with Zoranus teleporting in. Ryoma's here as well. And all of a sudden, though, it's reset number 1. Hook connects. It's going to be reset number 2. Oh, no, it's not. It is a double kill, but King's able to answer back for at least one. Zorinus does go down now. Pretender, he's teleported back, but Young's unfazed. He's just standing there tanking up everything. Charm will connect. It's a 4v5 in the bottom side, and it's a 4v5-1 by Frank Esports.
Yeah, Frank just decide to handshake essentially a 3v5 because Pretender is forced out of that fight at the very beginning. Antics can't catch a break. He lives the last tick of Ignite on single-digit HP. Jiang is so massive on the Renekton that, yeah, he just has so much impact in these early fights. Gemini is very fed as well. And, I mean, this was a really nice hook from Draku, and we're going to see a not as nice hook a little bit later that kind of allows Frank to turn on them. Jiang is looking intimidating here, but has to just get out of there, and this hook from Draku spells his doom.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, spells his doom, and then Gemini gets a reset onto a Nautilus of all champions as well, lets him follow up a kill. Luckily goes down, but yeah, once the TP comes through from Pretender, Eminem not even interested in showing up to this fight. Just not going to participate in the shenanigans. Does he get the tier 2 mid while that's happening?
I don't think
No, he doesn't quite.
No, I don't think so.
But it is a tier 2 bot because they have Rift Herald to drop after the play.
Oh, okay. I like Swiper's build, the Knight's Vow again.
Yeah, Knight's Vow gained a lot of popularity recently.
Yeah, we saw it in one of our series yesterday, and then I believe the next game we didn't. We saw just the Frozen Heart again.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, massive Magnus Storm. It's 3, man. Through will come that dredge line. It's landing onto Eminem, and Ryoma comes through. He doesn't connect with the chain, but it will be King who finds the shutdown. Xayah getting some gold now, and Kai Wing's not long for this world either, as Ryoma will claim that one, and out of nowhere, life back for Antics.
Swips just out of nowhere, wakes up, finds a 3-man flash engage on the Rel. Jiang is taking an inhib turret. I don't think he'll take the inhib or even go for it.
King, oh, not quite landing the root there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Antics can't get much but the kills. And I'm not sure if Eminem really had any shutdown on him.
Jiang is behind.
No cleanse on King, but does have ulti.
He does Featherstorm out there. So
Yeah.
it won't be any more follow-up from that. But it is a big cooldown, of course. King, especially now that he's got that shutdown, he's going to be very integral if Antics are to find success going on into this game. Of course, it is still a 9k gold lead in favor of Frank, but the gold that you have acquired here for Antics is on to the right people.
Yeah. Yeah, you're glad to have it on the Xayah and the LB. But with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, it's going to be really difficult for Swiper to pull off another miracle engage like that. Though.
Sure. No sums, though, now for Eminem, and so he is quite vulnerable.
Yeah, very vulnerable, especially against the Nautilus.
I do worry about this Croc, though.
No flash on any member of Frank.
All right, he's 1v3. We've seen him pull it off before. Does he have the dominance? He does. He's going to pop it now. There's a lot of CC, but there's not a lot of damage. Jiang's living. Is he going to be able to turn anything around? He gets a bit of health back there from the Color of the Week. Ryoma, though, he's dodging out. He's not going to be found. It's a shutdown once again onto King on the Xayah. 650 gold picked up there for that one. It took a while,
Dragon
but again, the right person getting all the gold.
Yeah, Dragon is up. No TP quite yet for Pretender. Kind of want to see Antics go for this Dragon, but I guess they feel like they used too many cooldowns there. Ryoma's a bit low. But with TP up on Zorinus, I'm surprised they don't go for this Dragon.
You're not going to be able to find that. Has King recalled? I'm not sure, but he must be awfully close to picking up that Navori if he hasn't. He's recalling now, so I imagine he's going to have the Navori, so King certainly has the tools he needs personally to find some impact in these team fights.
Yeah.
It's now really up to this front line. Can they survive long enough to allow him to do that damage?
Yeah, he's got plenty of front line. And Ryoma's going to do his best to disrupt Frank's backline. Not let them follow up any damage onto King if he does get targeted in these fights.
Sure.
And this could be a very scary Xayah. This is a squishy team comp from the side of Frank. Even Renekton will go down pretty quickly to this Xayah. Plenty of lockdown to enable her as well. Antics grouping around Baron. Pretender spam pinging the inhib.
Yeah, he doesn't have Lich Bane, which is something that Aries have been picking up quite a lot, at least in solo queue. Swiper, is he going to be able to get that crash down over the wall? Yes, he will. So with that, he should be okay, but now it's going to be the Baron started up. Your Rel, your jungler, is at about a third HP. Everyone is around here though, and in the meanwhile, Pretender's going to claim himself an inhib. There's a big minion wave too, and he does have teleport. So Frank R4v5, Pretender's going to teleport in. He's found a nice flank ward. It's going to be matched here though. Zorinus as well coming here to the fight. Dragku finds a 3-man knock up there with that depth charge. Swiper coming in with the Magnet Storm. He finds a 3-man stun. King though, he's getting looked at by Pretender. Pretender with all the moves. He's going to be dipping and diving and he's going to be living. It won't be King in this team fight. It's going to be all Frank as they find the ace for 0. Baron is going to be started. Teleport coming through from Jiang onto that bot lane. They're looking for the end. I'm not sure they'll have it yet, but they have all the cards to play in future fights.
Yeah, I think 12 seconds on Swiper, so he can probably show up and stop Jiang here. He's already proc Demolish. And Pretender engages that fight essentially by TPing into the middle of them and flashing out. Struggle to finish.
We've almost died.
The Baron, but they do end up getting it. And he just, after TPing in, Pretender just isolates King in the backline and takes him out solo. Lands a very nice charm onto him. Xayah really has a hard time getting any good Feather Kohler value onto the Ahri. So yeah, instantly TPs in and flashes out, and then he just goes straight onto King. Lands a nice charm. And Zorinus maybe had to stay with King here to peel the Ahri off of him.
Yeah, that was a really nice Feather Storm.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it was Pretender just sticking around and making sure King wasn't able to actually focus on those clumped members of Frank that really saved the day.
Yeah, I think they found a really good engage, honestly, and a lot of CC onto Frank as
Charm comes through. This is Zorinus. This is supposed to be a tank, and he's got no HP left. It's Gemini going through with that Heartbreaker. He's going to pick up at least one of the kills. Charm lands now onto Ryoma some way, somehow, and now Swiper's next. There's 3 found. There's 2 open inhibs. 1, in fact, is already taken out. And now 5 members strong here for the side of Frank are looking to put an end to this game.
Yeah, I think they might be able to do it on this push.
Yeah, 1 Nexus Tower, Demolish available. It's going to be taken out. King and Dragku versus 5. Featherstorm comes out early. He's not going to be able to find anything from here on. Jiang's able to find the stun, finds the Dominus. He was in the fountain for a little bit, but ultimately is going to end up living. And even once again, just before the Nexus is felled, they take down Dragku for good measure.
Yeah, Frank playing the map really well in the early game, gets themselves a massive lead, and by the time Antics are finding these ridiculous team fight combos, they're just super far behind in gold. They managed to get some gold onto King, but I mean, Pretender did pull off a pretty heroic team fight. I think that team fight goes a lot worse for Frank if he's not able to zone King off of that fight. A lot of AoE honestly comes out of the Xayah in those situations.
Everyone was clumped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think for how that game started off, I think it was an amazing clawback there from Antics. It started off really, really well. I mean, they got first blood, but aside from that, there was a quick 6 kills found from
5K
Frank.
gold lead, 6-1.
Yeah, and it was just on both sides of the maps as well. It was the Gemini diving top alongside Jiang, the teleport from Ryoma that got them 2 kills early, and then on the bottom side again, another 3 kills came
disaster
through.
fight in the bot lane.
It really was, and unfortunately from then it felt really, really difficult. King played a pretty good game, honestly. I mean, he found shutdowns, he was finding a lot of damage in the team fights, but it was just too hard. And a lot of it wasn't because you didn't have the damage, it was because you didn't have the front line. You had this front line, 3 tanks, but they were ultimately going down faster than just the Renekton was on the opposing side.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's going to be almost impossible to pilot these team fights as an ADK.
Yeah, I don't really feel like it was a draft issue. I feel like Antics got a pretty great draft for themselves. Maybe the LB could have had a lot more impact. We were expecting it to have a bit more impact. Off to a terrible start with the TP into the top lane. I didn't expect him to just TP in and die there. But it is a Renekton, I guess. Renekton is back. So
and it was Cassandra at the time too.
Yeah, get used to seeing those ridiculous dives. And just an amazing early game from Gemini. Kind of made that game too hard for Antics, maybe.
I think Gemini, for my money in that one, probably who I'd have as MVP. I think he found pretty much everything he wants across the map. Maybe you could have Jiang up there in the discussion as well. But I think other than that, it really was, at least for the start of the game, those two getting a lot done, both in top. Jiang teleporting down bot with Gemini once again. I mean, the resets he got down in bot lane, even top lane, pretty much was off the Cassante reset that they were able to find that kill onto the LeBlanc as well. So I think really well played by him, and it shows great knowledge. You know, if you're playing Viego, you're playing it well, you're playing the resets well.
Every time he picked up the Nautilus, he was just hooking an important member and getting a kill.
It's actually hard for me to say which of the two Nautiluses landed more impressive hooks, because Draku's hook
had some good hooks.
Was it
that
on
game.
Eminem? No, it was on Pretender down on bot lane. It was crazy. It was like, looked like it was about 200 units outside of his range and still connects.
Yeah, I think we're about to see it, and I think he also buffers 2 stuns as he lands the hook, the Ari Charm and the Viego W. Everyone's trying to stop him landing this hook, but he dodges everything and gets a good find onto Pretender. They unfortunately don't finish him off with the Ignite. Not much damage. They can follow up on Gemini with Jiang running at them too, but unfortunately this hook ends up spelling doom for Antics because they do pick up the Nautilus into a hook, into a kill on Swiper, another reset.
Yeah,
and yeah. Doesn't even actually get the reset.
This isn't the damage to kill Renekton, especially not with the Bronze Shield up. And this was without Pretender and without Eminem as well.
Yeah, and they didn't have a great comp for... Only the Xayah can kill Renekton. Only Xayah could really kill anyone with how bad the start of this game was for Ryoma.
Yeah. But, I mean, admittedly, it was once again a very good game out of King.
Yeah.
I think...
Swiper, too. Found some really nice engages. In the mid-game.
For sure. Especially, exactly. Around some of those objectives when they were so far behind. The only reason they were coming close to the team fights were actually off Swiper just finding some massive crash downs, as well as the Magnet Storms. Draku, in that one fight around Baron, I believe it was, found a 4-man depth charge, which, I mean, it relies on the other team playing a certain type of way as well, but still, I mean, managing to find it in any case when you're so far behind. That was actually the team fight that looked like it could have gone to Antics, but Pretender coming in and just spending the entire time near King means it couldn't really have the damage to do anything.
And you wonder if this behind LB was a behind Talia. Maybe those fights look very different when you find that much CC.
Yeah, possibly.
Once you're following those multi-man engages up with multi-man Talia shoves or Wei combos or, you know, take your pick of just standard mid laners.
Gemini, most kills. Something we see from Viego's fairly regularly. And it was Jiang topping the damage as well as the gold earned.
So far, junglers have gotten most kills in every game today.
Oh, they have. Yeah, that's right. It was, what's his name? Steel getting them in the first series. That's right. So it is going to be Gemini picking up the most valuable, or the player of the game, shall I say. Swiper, honestly, 100% kill participation.
Yeah, not a bad game from him either.
It really wasn't. It was, I mean, a pretty impossible game after a few mistakes that happened around sort of the early mid-game, which sort of led to the result we saw. But 9-1-10 was the finishing score there for Gemini. I mean, he was just playing Viego really well. He played Cassante really well, Nautilus really well. So, honestly, fair enough that he picks up the player of the game.
Yeah, he was just all over the map, it felt like. Swiper, not a lot of agency in this matchup anyway, and I think this is the same play. Oh no, this is a different play.
Yeah, no one could really hit Eminem here, so he really does just have a good time.
Almost kills Draku on his own, forces his flash away.
And then Gemini somehow
and then, he's here after making that play on the top lane. A level up on Swiper at this point, and they don't have the damage to take out this Viego.
It's the hook here for me.
Yeah, this was ridiculous. Catches King completely off guard.
Certainly does, but I think, honestly, looking at the game, there are promising signs in it for Antics, because, again, they did end up really far behind off a couple of mistakes, and if you're avoiding those mistakes in our next game, there are genuine opportunities to pick up the win.
In an even game, those engages they were finding and those team fights they were finding are just going to be completely one-sided if the gold is remotely close.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not a bad look from Antics, I don't think. You know, really rough early game, and maybe just a more standard mid laner would make their lives a bit easier. If they're this good at team fighting, then, you know, draft a mid laner for it. Don't put yourself in a spot where you have to get really ahead with this LB and find angles to have impact.
For sure. I think, honestly, going back to the draft, Frank actually did a good job of targeting out some of those impactful team fighter sort of mid laners. I mean, the Karma, the Orianna taken away.
Yeah.
And so it is obviously very hard to find the correct champion. But game number 1 now done and dusted. It was Frank who take up game number 1. Antics almost coming back in many of those team fights. Stick around, though. After the break, we will have game number 2 between those said teams.
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're so far yet so close. I'm 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 so far. Oh Lord, you don't know. 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 This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're so far yet so close. I'm 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 so far. Oh Lord, you don't know. Maybe I'm a monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified. Looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1, all done and dusted. It was Frank who took up the win, but not before having a pretty phenomenal performance on King on the Zaya. But now heading into game number 2, of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, and the Grand Hilai Taipei.
Yeah.
Almost fumbled that one, but we didn't. But yeah, game number 2. I mean, it didn't feel really like draft was an issue. Maybe you could make an argument where
I didn't
LeBlanc
like
wasn't
LB,
finding
yeah.
a whole lot, but it's hard to say how much of that was just because of the teleport. Because Ryoma was up 20-ish CS just naturally in lane.
Yeah.
And so before that teleport up top where he does go down and gives a lot of free time to Pretender, it did look a whole lot better for Ryoma on the LeBlanc. So, I mean, without seeing a mistake like that, maybe it looks a lot better.
Yeah, maybe he'd never really got a chance. It is a very volatile champ. You know, you either take over the game by yourself or you're completely useless. He unfortunately wasn't all that useful that game. It was a really good performance from King, but I want to shout out Swiper and Draku, especially Swiper in those team fights. We've got Jimmy in subbed in.
They always do this.
Yeah, Frank do just randomly swap mids around. We haven't quite figured out the logic
There is
of
none.
it yet.
I swear there is no logic. It's just like, well, we played a game of Pretender, time to get Jimmy in his reps.
Yeah.
And vice versa. So this, again, we said it before game number 1, this does change the draft.
Yeah.
So Jimmy more likely to play something akin to the LeBlanc, not likely to be the LeBlanc, but something like the Akali, the Yone is a lot of the type of champs he enjoys.
I think he might have put a Hui game in as well.
He did, and he's also, I believe, had 1 Tristana game.
Yeah, we want to see Jimmy back on form this game. He's not the player we were expecting to really be showing these scorelines. In the last few games they've lost, he's been going 0-4, 0-5, whereas when they were winning games, he was just 0-0-0 for the entire games, up a million CS, and then would take over team fights later. So he's definitely lost some form.
So Antics here in game number 2 have opted for the blue side. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Getting some priority over the pick. It is going to be Frank once again banning out that Smolder, not letting King have that. Similar to Lemus over in the LCO, I believe he had an 18-0 or something like that game of Smolder where he also picked up a pentakill. So
yeah,
it's just not a champion that you want to give to these strong AD carries that can absolutely take over a game. Braum going to be banned this time by Antics, but I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised for Frank to pick up their support in the first 3 this game. They are ultimately going to have their choice to do it in the first 2 picks. We'll see what's left open. Aatrox has not been banned from Antics this game, which was dropped for that Braum ban.
So probably a Karma or Varus first pick here for Antics.
Senna
Yeah, Senna, Rel, there are a lot of viable champs you can pick up here.
After game number 1, though, I kind of don't want to see King on the Senna. Just because he was kind of very quickly did become the lifeline. Nautilus, first pick, taken away from Kaiwing, of course.
Yeah, I like it.
But also denies some of the power that you get through that Senna Nautilus lane.
Yeah, and they might just go for the Senna Nautilus themselves.
For sure. It is the Varus picked up here for Eminem. So once again, can go either style, the lethality or the on-hit. Obviously, on-hit was his choice last game. Ral, though, taken away. Swiper won't be able to pick that one this time. Most likely will be for Kaiwing. We've seen Frank more often than not give it to Kaiwing, although Gemini has played a couple games of the Ral.
Yeah, we'll see what Swiper goes for. I think I've seen him pick Poppy in some of these situations where he's likely going to be against a Rel, but Frank do like to flex the Rel bot lane.
Okay.
Maybe it's Zhao. Maokai is open as well, but maybe we're lacking damage with Senna Maokai, so Xin Zhao locked in. It's going to be Swiper with the early game agency this game, if it is the Rel in the jungle.
And Jimmian this time, subbed in, currently hovering the same champ.
Yeah, didn't feel like they... Oh, well, as you said, the LB was actually 20 or so CS up in the mid lane, right? So
yeah,
maybe they're willing to go back for the LB.
You do kind of need some consistent damage, though, as things stand.
Yeah.
You most likely are going to have to blind pick your top laner here. Frank do sometimes like to hold this Rel as a flex until last pick, but I think especially a player like Jiang, and if Aatrox is banned especially, you can just give him counter pick. He's going to find something that does its best in the matchup.
Yes.
One time there was a Camille incident, but...
Yeah, but there was also the Riven incident, which went very well for Frank. And, I mean, speaking of consistent damage, you do need some of that to take out a Riven.
Yeah, but a lockdown wouldn't hurt either. Syndra going to be taken away now. A champion, as you said, Ryoma found success on in the LCO playoffs. Also has a pretty decent lane into the Ahri for the most part. Of course, early on it's a bit rough, but once you do manage to pick up some boots, it becomes a lot easier. You do obviously worry because Ahri does have gank set up, so whatever jungler you pair with it does feel a little bit vulnerable, but Frank off to just take it away. Jiang maybe actually just blind picking the Jax.
Yeah, maybe over prioritizing this Rel flex. As you have seen the enemy bot lane and jungle, you can pretty safely just pick your support or jungler here, but they decide to blind pick for Jiang. Now we'll see if Zoranus has a spicy pick for the Jax. Could just be a Cassante into it again. Saw that in the earlier series, Cassante doing perfectly fine into the Jax. Gragas,
there we go.
Yeah, he does have his Jax counterpick. Gragas, pretty standard counterpick.
Can he play it like Driver, though? Because I remember watching Zoranus back at Direwolves. It was last year. He played this matchup and went down CS. And even, I think he lost his tower. Obviously been a long time in between then and now. And so hopefully up against Jiang's Jax can have a better showing. Driver, of course, we've seen him pilot this Gragas into Jax many, many times, and he just takes over a game entirely. And
they did pick
cooked.
their jungler. Oh, they did pick their jungler.
Oh my goodness, we actually cooked in the drop. This is not something we're used to seeing.
They tricked me. Fair enough for Antics to get caught off guard by this. I don't think we've played a single game of Jax jungle in the PCS.
No, we haven't.
So based on this draft, I think Antics were really prepared for Frank, expecting the Rel flex, prioritizing the Nautilus against them, banning champs like the Aatrox, but yeah, the Jax pick caught us completely off guard. Maybe caught Jimmy off guard.
I think especially because Jiang is just a good Jax player. He's played, I mean, you tune into his stream and he's always just picking Jax. Even in solo queue, he's picked it here in the PCS regular season. And so you see the Jax, you just think, oh yeah, that's Jiang's champ, and then
I will say this is a very squishy comp from Frank. So you're not going to be feeling the lack of damage at all on Antics. It is going to be torture for Zoranus in the top lane up against the Gnar.
Still, Gragas, I mean, he's always just been known as a neutralizer. I'm sure he shouldn't struggle too hard, just won't have as good of a time as he possibly would up against the Jax.
Yeah, we'll see how the lane goes. I could see it being really bad for the Gragas.
We'll also see what build he goes for.
Full AP. I think this is a game to go full AP on the Gragas.
I also agree.
Maybe like a Roa.
Yeah,
got some HP.
I think if you're going full AP, you pretty much have to go Roa nowadays, because you need
what
to have
else?
some health, and Everfrost used to be that health you'd get, but you can't really get that anymore.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, it
Antics.
just doesn't exist anymore. It is going to be the Arcane Comet. There is, of course, you can go Comet, you can go Phase Rush. I know into Jax typically, there's a lot of Phase Rush.
Yeah, Comet making sense against the Gnar, right?
Yeah.
Just landing poke with your Q.
Yeah, Nard does have bone plating, so if you can get that off him, maybe you can find a favorable trade for yourself.
So on-hit Varus again. This time I'm really surprised to see the on-hit Varus. Not going to have a lot of uptime on any of these champs from Antics, really.
Oh, junglers are going to meet.
Oh, wow, and the Jax would be pretty good into the Xin, right? You can dodge out of the Xin Q,
Yeah.
dodging a knock-up.
And there isn't a whole lot of AD damage coming through too, so I think a champ like Jax can actually just get sort of deceptively tanky.
Yeah, he is very squishy in the jungle, though.
Yeah, just less access to gold. Also opting for the flash. A lot of times, champions like Jax in the jungle especially do opt for the ghost. Makes ganking a little easier, but of course when it comes to team fights, the flash feels really nice. Looking for a flash counter-strike.
Now, if Oceanic solo queue is anything like when I played, Antics are not going to be unfamiliar with a Jax jungle.
It is like that. I can tell you from when I play.
Okay, yeah, there was a shocking amount of Jax jungle in solo queue.
My game in like Master Elo, Grandmaster Elo today, I had a Ghost Jax jungle and he went 0-7.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It wasn't.
Ryoma taking a bad trade, but CSing well so far. Not too worried about him in the laning phase. He had a perfectly fine lane against Pretender. Actually, a winning lane.
Hey, Zoranus doing pretty well so far.
He's doing
His
fine.
lane coming to him. Yeah, I think early game, I mean, honestly, Gnar just doesn't have that much pressure early on in the game. He doesn't do all that much damage. It's really once you get Triforce that the impact that a Gnar can have truly gets felt, especially into a lane like Gragas, who, again, is quite a good neutralizer. The lane mid, though, is going considerably different
Yeah.
to last game.
Yeah. Did Pretender also have Electrocute?
Yes.
Okay, maybe just not able to proc it as often as Jimmy and Jimmy
I mean,
getting amazing trades.
I wouldn't expect you proc it all that often at all, but I would have almost felt like Airy might have even felt nice just to have more favorable, solidify your trades a little more. But I mean, if you're landing Electrocute, you're landing Electrocute. Jungler's on opposite side of the map, so Antics bot lane certainly has to be safe for a little while.
Yeah. Looks like Swiper up in the top lane. One thing about the Gnar is he can be very vulnerable to ganks, and Gragas has amazing gank setup.
Especially in Mega form.
Yeah.
Without ult, I suppose, but you don't have access to the double jump when you are in the Mega form of Gnar.
Yeah, I like the way Antics have played the jungle pathing here. Sen and Nautilus don't care that much about getting zoned away from a couple minions, though they do have pretty good setup themselves. So, you know, Swiper has his choice. Plenty of setup in the mid lane too, so he can really choose to go wherever he wants this game and get a lead going on the Zen.
Yeah. Mid laners both did recall, both teleported back to their lanes, and At least so far, health seems relatively similar. Of course, one usage of the refillable was used already for Ryoma, and yeah, this lane's going a lot different to how it was last game.
Yeah.
I mean, by this stage already, Pretender was down nearly 10 CS. Certainly wasn't above the health of the LeBlanc.
Nice CSing under turret for Xerneas there, and he's actually up a little CS on the Gnar.
Yeah, he's going to lose maybe 1 or 2 to the tower here, though.
Yeah.
As Jung did recall first. And this Gemini, once again, going to be able to claim these Void Grubs. So another 3 Void Grub start for the side of Frank.
Yeah, Jung, plenty of prio in the top lane. Comes down to help his jungler.
I would like to see Antics try and find an answer, something on the bot side.
Yeah.
Oftentimes we see dives or just even simply taking the dragon. At least it's not happening here. And I guess maybe part of the reason is just Jimmy's controlling the mid lane pretty well.
Yeah. They do both recall in the mid lane, so probably not going to be any dragons started up, and Jax's bot side now 2 contested dragon.
Yeah, Draku going to teleport back. Do you reckon we're going to get fooled once again by a teleport coming through and then it's just the Nautilus?
Yeah, definitely. We will forget that Nautilus has TP. So, Swiper standing around this dragon. Kaiwing is in a devious spot, though.
Oh, Jung, he's getting pretty low. Swiper, he's looking for the crab, but it's Kaiwing who is looking for him. Flash answered, and Swiper will be taken down. It's going to be Gemini who picks up the first blood this game.
Yeah, what a ridiculous play from Kaiwing.
Eminem pops Ghost and just sprints upriver and back down it.
Yeah, expecting maybe a fight there. Trade in the top lane.
Ooh, explosive cast.
Ends up just doing a bit of damage, and Frank are going to get the dragon.
Yeah.
No surprises there when Swiper goes down too. A nice rotation from Kaiwing, little soul read. Almost kills Ryoma.
Still has ult, and Ryoma used his, so...
Oh, he must have used ult.
No, Jimmy has his.
Wow, okay.
Having a pretty good time for himself this game is Jimmy. Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
Well done, though, from Ryoma to not get caught out and still managed to find this CS, but he doesn't have teleport now, so he does eventually have to look for a recall.
Yeah, and I think you probably need to get this into the mid lane or, you know, any of these lanes, honestly, because you have so much setup in all your lanes. Xin is a very strong early game jungler, too.
Oh, nice crash down. A lot of CC coming to onto King, but King does flash away and stay relatively healthy. Of course, will consistently get more and more health back through usage of that Q. Oh, big trade in the mid wave. Spirit Rush going to be used now, but not quite got the damage there.
Yeah, Ryoma comes back to lane and has to immediately recall again.
Yeah, I don't know what Jimmy's doing, but he's working magic. You know what I thought, by the way? I don't know what time... I did know before, but I've forgotten what year it was. But Jimmyan actually used to be in the 100 Thieves Academy over in NA. So there's a chance that these two have like played.
Yeah, they've probably played a lot.
Well, it depends what time it was that Jimmyan was over there. I don't remember.
Yeah, maybe.
Of course, it wasn't last year.
Despite the bad trades, Ryoma doing fine in terms of farm.
And top now.
Oh, Kaiwing.
Crash down, everything lands. This guy doesn't miss. Explosive cast not available. Zora's trying to look for the damage, but it's just going to be that double jump. Hyper proc is going to confirm the kill here, and things going well now in both the mid and top lanes of Frank.
Yeah, King is here, but he's a little late to the play. Kaiwing just one step ahead of Antics, it seems like. Nothing too disastrous. They do lose a dragon, and... Oh, yeah, Jiang can't actually take any plates, so stays pretty even in the top lane, apart from a kill.
Yeah, and now that you have this Catalyst on Gragas, you survive a lot more in the top side, so should be feeling a little bit better about himself. We'll see what Jiang can pick up.
Yeah.
Did he recall already? Maybe he recalled. Jimmyan?
Nice trade back from Ryoma there. Does use his ulti, but it is a very short cooldown.
Yeah, Spirit Rush will soon be available, and Swiper as well as King will be able to take these Void Grubs, so it won't be the 6th this game. In the meantime, though, Draku, I mean, here's the Nautilus. Theoretically, he's the one that's supposed to farm. We'll see how long he can last. He's found a nice ult. Center as well coming through. There's going to be 1 kill found. Gemini actually picks it up first. Ryoma's teleported down. Eminem, oh, isn't going to have the damage quite to take down Ryoma. Chain will miss as well.
Oh, is that Ari?
It is Ari. Spirit Rush available, and Kaiwing all but confirms the kill. Eminem's going to be able to land that piercing arrow, and down will go Ryoma off the back end of a teleport for a 2nd game in a row.
Yeah, and honestly, Draku played that really well. They were trying to bait out his Aftershock before they went for the dive, but he holds that until they've committed onto him and stalls for a very long time under turret. But again, it's kind of just a play trying to salvage on their weak side rather than TPing strong side to dive the Snar. This is a very diveable champ. And King was already up here, so I'm surprised they try to save the Nautilus in the bot lane rather than make a play on the top lane. Does get a kill for himself, Ryoma. Triforce completed on the Jax now. Swiper hasn't backed in a very long time though, but I don't think he'll have his Sundered Sky.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he did. Of course, 2 kills on the Jax means he's got just a lot more gold than typically you'd expect for a jungler at this stage of the game. Malignance also has been completed for Jimmy on the Ahri. Definitely a stronger looking Ahri than we saw out of Pretender in game number 1. King, he's going to get charmed up. And he stayed a little bit too long taking that ward. Eminem's going to claim it once again. Jimmy doing the work. Eminem taking all the food for it.
Zornus fishing with an ulti there, doesn't quite connect. So nothing quite going the way of Antics in the early game.
Definitely not thus far.
Yeah, they still have all the setup for Swiper if he can get himself in a lane.
Ryoma's looking for Eminem. He found the chain, but Eminem's just standing and delivering, and Ryoma almost gets taken out.
Yeah, just gets stat check. Doesn't have his first item finished yet. Does get the Verisalt, which is a much longer cooldown than the LB ult, but with no TP on Ryoma and health bar this low, though Zornus is coming to contest this drag.
Yeah, Jiang does have teleport available for himself.
They are spam pinging the top turret though, Frank, so they might just try to trade a turret. It is a full HP turret though.
Jimmy, and you have to be so careful. He's not gonna be. He's gonna get hooked, and he's gonna get taken out. King gonna claim that one. Well played there by Antics, biding their time, waiting for a misstep out of Jimmy on the Ahri, and they certainly locate one.
Oh, and Zornus TP's up top, so they don't get much here. They have 3 members up here. It's a hard dive onto the Gragas, though. Does have his Roa completed now. Gonna be Dragon for Antics, and yeah, Zornus is gonna spot out a couple members of Frank. See if he can hold off this dive. He does have ult to just one-shot the wave if he wants to. There is a cannon.
Okay, Gemini, Kaiwing, Jiang, we're all here. We don't have Mega just yet. Nice stun, teleport coming through. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Nautilus. There he is.
Whoa.
Flash forward, hook, nice Gnarled out of Jiang, and here comes all the layered CC. Down will go Zornus. Ryoma arrives, he finds his way to Kaiwing, but Kaiwing's turned it. Magnet Storm and the charge as he remounts, and it's a double kill going over to Gemini. Swiper and King now fancy their chances here in the play. Gemini, he did have flash, he didn't use it, he gets rooted, he gets shot down. Swiper claiming that one. Jiang now, he's very low and he's in the little form. Swiper though, the flash, and he's not gonna connect. Jiang claims himself yet another name. 2-0-2 now is this Nah.
Yeah, and Frank ended up winning a 3v5, I think. Antics, it was probably good enough just to save Zornus there, but they go for more with members rotating, but they just can't quite finish off these kills. Not cleanly anyway.
King, he might be in a world of trouble. There's a teleport as well now coming through. This will be Ryoma coming up once again to the top side. Is he going to be able to land the chain? Jiang slowly building up his Mega. He's not going to have it just yet. He gets it now, but he doesn't have the cooldowns. He does get it off, but he should just be going down 1 HP. They can't find it.
Oh, so unfortunate for Antics. He barely gets the Mega off, and then with the Mega lives on 1 HP.
Yeah, teleport again though. This isn't over. Jimmy now is here. Gemini is claiming yet another kill. Jimmy finally, off the back of that teleport, gets his first. But these extended plays consistently end up going in favor of Frank. Kaiwing now, he's found his way onto Dragku, who's trying to turn it around, but with the locket, there's absolutely no way you have the damage to take out this Nah. Almost buffered onto that hook. Not quite able to do so. One more auto, or just throw a boulder at him.
Kaiwing with another little soul read there. So this is such a long play here, and honestly there's a point here where it feels like Zoranus has managed to survive the dive, especially with the TP coming in and the Senna ulti, that this flash is just, it's probably a bit too early, maybe too ambitious in the first place. Zoranus goes down in a stun lock, and Ryoma not quite able to finish off Kaiwing there with this flash, and here the play should have probably ended, but Ryoma jumps back in. And then they do find a kill onto Gemini here, but then again they continue the play onto Jiang and Kaiwing and lose another member for it.
That was like 1 pixel away from landing.
Yeah.
That is so sad.
Yeah. And so many of these kills just people living on 1 HP from the side of Frank.
Gemini manages to land that counter-strike, but no one really there to follow up. Hook goes wide. Explosive cask as well. It's just going to hit Gemini away after using that leap strike. Swiper, he's getting looked at. Nice chain of corruption. Does pop that Xin ult, so he should be okay. But Jimmy's found a charm onto Zoranus. Dragku will answer back with that dredge line. Things are scrappy. Ryoma, he's looking for the chain. Dawning Shadow as well. Comes out, lands onto 3. But it's going to be Swipe who goes down first. Dragku in the middle of 4 now is also next in line. And a double kill for Eminem. Gemini is well stuck into this tower now. Eminem's going to eventually pick himself up a triple kill. He does go down. Ryoma claiming himself that. But once again, it's a 5v4. In the meanwhile, Jiang just working his way on this top side.
Yeah, Frank somehow winning these fights constantly down numbers. It doesn't hurt to be up this much gold. Just a couple of key abilities like the Gragas ulti not quite connecting in those fights means that Antics should probably just call off the play altogether, but you can't really blame them for fighting with a numbers advantage. Though maybe could cut their losses.
There's so many 1 HP Frank teammates just walking away. Just so close to going down, but not quite.
Zoranus tries to TP to find Kaiwing, but he is just elusive this game, is in every bush somehow behind every member of Antics. And I mean, this early game from Frank is in large part off of the back of Kaiwing just finding some miraculous plays and rotations when the game is all even.
Sure.
To get leads for his laners.
I mean, Gemini is somehow having the most impact I've ever seen a Jax jungle have.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of that actually
2 items.
Is also off Kaiwing. He did help a lot and integral to the early game here, as you said, for the side of Frank. And I mean, that's exactly what we mean when we say Kaiwing literally only ever picks engaged supports, and it's because he does this.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't do this, if he is on the Melio, which we've seen a couple times, the team just looks considerably weaker.
Yeah, imagine this early game without Kaiwing in random bushes with his jungler or finding random ganks top lane out of nowhere. Even in the first game, he was just in the top brush and killed Ryoma, I think, at some point. So Zoranus trying to defend his turret, but this Jax is just ignoring him.
Yeah, tower will be going down. Gemini, we'll see if they can take him down this time. Grandmaster's Might active, and through comes the Magnet Storm. Everything used onto King. He goes down. Dragku is next to be taken out as well. Zoranus will flash away. Jiang looking for the flash stun, won't land it. And Ryoma, he's found himself on a flank, but there is a ward to spot him out if he comes down, and it is just a 5v3 at best. Ryoma goes forward, isn't really anything to look for.
2 inhibs out of nowhere for Frank. Baron hasn't even spawned yet. They'll probably recall and look to take that. It's going to be really hard for Antics to get out of their base this early against double inhibs.
Oh,
Ryoma goes down.
not sure how this happened, but
I just assumed Frank had backed, but maybe just Jimmian on the Ahri, just waiting in the bush with a charm.
Jimmy having a pretty good game as well. I mean, I don't exactly know how Ari LeBlanc goes, but game number 1, it looked pretty LeBlanc favored for the early stages, and in this game, it looked like it was Ari favored.
Yeah.
You'll have to, maybe there's a difference in runes, like maybe, I doubt it, but maybe Pretender had like Gathering Storm, Absolute Focus, whereas Jimmian's opted for Scorch or something like that.
Yeah, Jimmian does have the benefit of, I think King is just dead here to Jiang.
Yeah, one more Q, won't have the damage for it there, and up top side Swipers is going to be taken out as well.
Can he dodge the Q?
Will he land it? The slow from King means Jiang's going to stop chasing
Jiang
now.
in trouble, especially once he goes mini.
Through will come that depth charge. King does manage to live through the Dawning Shadow coming out, the shutdown coming through. It's Drago who picks it up. Definitely not ideal, but it's good to get the Gnar taken out before this Baron's picked up.
Yeah, 1 less Baron for the side of Frank, but 5 kills to 20. This has been a very one-sided game, though the fights weren't necessarily that one-sided.
They were always numbers advantages.
Yeah, some of them were 3v5s, though.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, I'm struggling to see who's killing the Jax, I think, is kind of the big problem.
Yeah, and honestly, I was worried about this Jax just falling over in fights, but 7 kills, 150 CS will, help him out quite a bit. And I mean, this Antics comp really lacks damage when your LB is behind like this.
Sure now. Baron buff available. Obviously, Jiang doesn't have it, and they're collapsing on him yet again. He is privy to the idea. He actually gets his jump cancelled. Nice body slam out of Zoranus. This should be Jiang taken out. Try and use as little amount of ults as possible, and it looks like only
Gemini's hitting Nexus towers.
Yeah. Gemini is just wailing away on the Nexus. Top lane tower being hit as well. Inhibitor will be looked at next. And this will be 3 inhibs going down. Baron buff still available for another minute and a half. Jiang, no teleport. Through will come the engage out of Swiper, and there's a lot being used, but the health bars aren't really moving here for the side of Frank. Antics, on the other hand, are just getting absolutely annihilated. I mean, that's just a quick 4 kills. Only Ryoma will remain alive. So much used in that fight, but so little damage coming through. It's just an insurmountable gold lead, and Frank will take game number 2 and the series now up against Antic.
Yeah, I mean, Swiper again finds a pretty nice engage onto Eminem there on the Xin, but way too little too late at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when it comes to that game, once again, Kaiwing, it sort of is a good sign for Antics for their game number 1, and the fact that they managed to find a way to get Kaiwing off of pretty much every single support he can have that much impact on, right?
Yeah.
He never was able to have as much impact as he did in game number 2.
Yeah, on the Braum, there's just not as much to do.
Exactly. And then through game number 2 on the Ral, I mean, the entire early game was just dictated by him and Gemini. But also, I mean, you have to say that Frank's draft in game number 2 was like, that was something you expect DCG to do. Just, you've picked the Jax, Jung plays a lot of Jax, it's probably going top, all of a sudden it's just gone jungle out of nowhere, and you pick Gnar, which admittedly didn't find all that much success in the isolated 1v1.
The Jax did.
But the Jax probably would have suffered in that lane. And so putting the Jax into the jungle where it found a lot of success, I think that changed how this game looked entirely. Also, Pretender just somehow doing the complete opposite of how Pretender played, or Jimmian, sorry. Just winning his lane up against the LeBlanc instead of Pretender in the game number 1 just being down 20 CS and only kind of getting back into it off of a mistake coming through from Antics. So really a massive switch up, I think, between the games. For both teams, I think for Antics, I really do want to see Frank on a more carry-orientated AD carry, because at least in game number 1, he was the driving force between their almost team fight wins despite a 10k gold deficit.
Yeah, and a very strong laning phase out of him as well. I like denying the Nautilus for Kaiwing, but it seems like it's not enough. Yeah, Kaiwing on these engaged supports just made this game so difficult for Antics. Even in those 3v5s and 4v5s, he was just constantly living on 1 HP, finding a bunch of crowd control. And honestly, the big disappointment for Antics here is Ryoma just having a pretty terrible series. 2 games on the LB, got to see his matchup before locking in, got to see the majority of draft before locking in as champion. And to me, what seemed like pretty good LB games, just not really able to generate much in lane, and then pretty invisible later in the game.
Yeah, it was some unfortunate sort of teleports, right? He's committing a lot of his time to join skirmishes around the map, and
to weak
I mean,
side.
how many times was it like a person living on literally 1 HP, maybe multiple people living on 1 HP? It makes it very difficult, like even just mentally, right? That happens to you twice in a row, or even like 3 times in a row. Then at that stage, it's like really hard just to bring yourself back into it, especially when you are already falling more and more behind and you're missing out on gold by such a slither of health. It feels very hard, and I think, I mean, 1 extra damage on a couple of those LeBlanc Qs, and maybe you have yourself some extra gold, and it's looking a lot better. But, I mean, Frank, we're just playing better. It really was. And when we talk about Kaiwing on these sort of engaged supports, it's not that Kaiwing isn't good at them, it's that the whole team just functions so well if Kaiwing's able to play them.
This is where the game just falls apart for Antics. They play really well to just prevent this dive. You know, they do use the Nautilus TP, but, you know, it's fine to just take that as a win that you stop the dive on the Gragas. They had already gotten the Dragon at this point. And then, yeah, unfortunately, Kaiwing living on a sliver of HP here, and Ryoma, I'm not sure if he misclicked the jump back there or wasn't expecting to get stunned the moment he jumped back. And then, I mean, they've lost 2 members here, Antics, so they feel like they maybe have to go for more, and they maybe think this is an easier kill onto Jiang than it is. They juggle tower aggro really well, but the tower is so ramped up there that it kills Swiper in 2 shots at that point. Flash W not quite connecting.
And well, I mean, the damage graph truly does kind of just say how this game went, right?
Yeah.
It was largely off the back of, honestly, kind of, maybe not. Jimmy has a lot more damage than maybe his impact was felt.
That, yeah.
But to be fair, he was actually doing a lot, and then his kill would just get taken from a passing meteorite that was just an Eminem piercing arrow. Just come from off screen.
Or the Jax. The Jax got 7 or 8 kills.
Yeah, the Jax was pretty fed.
That game. Swiper never, honestly, Swiper pretty disappointing this game too, because he has so much set up in all of his lanes and didn't manage to get a single gank off in the early game. I'm not sure what went wrong. There was the gank attempt he made in the top lane where Zoranus kind of fished for an ulti onto the Gnar and didn't quite connect.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's, to his sort of credit, Kaiwing was just every single place that
shut him down
was.
early,
So it's pretty hard because you go to a lane, and if both the Rel and the Jax turn up, you're probably just losing it. Gemini, once again, it will be the junglers picking up most damage taken per death.
And kills.
Most kills. So the
4 for
entire
4.
day, 4 for 4. There's no way that's happened before. There's absolutely no way. It's almost always a top laner or an AD carry that get the most kills.
Gemini picks up the MVP. I think Kaiwing was robbed.
Yeah.
Gemini had a good game.
I think, well, I mean, it's hard. They both were just playing together. It was kind of like one champion, because every single place that one of them were, the other person also was. I don't know. It's hard to really say. But honestly, whoever did the draft maybe should just pick up the player of that game.
That was a cool draft.
I truly thought it was going to be.
I think they had everyone convinced.
Yeah.
Us included.
They spent the entire split preparing for this one particular draft.
Yeah. They're a team that hasn't shown much flexibility at all in draft.
No.
So this is pretty promising from
zero.
Frank. Yeah, pretty much all their players playing 1 or 2 champs every single game.
I think the only draft flexibility has been, is Pretender playing or is Jimmy playing?
Yeah, and then those players don't really have that many different champs they play either. And then M&M is only playing 1 or 2 champs.
Gemini might have the most unique champs played on the team.
Yeah, and considering at least half his games are all on Rel. At least, if not more. And on your screens, we've got Disaster Fright for Antics, one of many this series. I think at this point they were already down 10 plus kills, 10k gold, so when a couple of their ults go wide, he had fun playing Jax.
Yeah.
That looked like a fun Jax game.
It did. And honestly, it's kind of like, I think even if the game wasn't that blown open, this game will get to a point where how are you actually killing the Jax, right? Because
he's a jungler, so he doesn't get that much gold.
Right, but he still gets his ultimate, which just gives him a bunch of stats. And then you have a Senna who's never killing the Jax, a LeBlanc who never wants to hit the Jax, a Gragas who ideally isn't hitting the Jax, but might just because of the AoE. But it's just, the draft seemed like it was such a win for Frank. The series was a win for Frank, and with that, we're going to now go to an interview. It's going to be with Patty as well as Gemini, so do enjoy, and we'll be back right after.
采访，接下来到赛后采访的是 FAK 的打野选手 Gemini， 请 Gemini 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FAK 打野 Gemini。
Congratulations for winning your first game in the playoffs against LCO's ANC. How do you feel that you won?
おめでとうございます。プレーオフの最初の試合に勝利しました。相手は LCO の ANC でした。勝った後の気分はどうですか？
恭喜你们赢下你们季后赛第一场胜利，对手是 LCO 的 ANC。现在赢下来之后心情如何？
就觉得蛮平淡的吧，有稍微恢复到我们季初连胜的气势，然后也还有点，虽然有点开心。
興奮しないですね。でもちょっと嬉しいですけど、やっとチーム全体が前連勝した時のこの雰囲気になってしまった。
I'm very happy that we won. I'm also very peaceful. We kind of got back the momentum and the confidence that we had during the beginning of the season when we had consecutive wins. So today, I'm also very happy. So in the second stage of regular split, you guys had 3 consecutive losses. What did you prepare or fix for coming to playoffs?
レギュラーシーズンの第2フェスでは3連敗を経験しました。プレーオフに備えてどのような調整を行いしましたか？
你们在例行赛第2阶段遭遇了3连败，在备战季后赛的过程中有做怎么样的改变或修正吗？
就我们彼此之间有抓时间一起讨论，然后点出自己的问题，还有彼此的问题，然后我觉得这是一个职业选手蛮重要的一环。
チーム全体のコミュニケーションとお互いにどんな気持ちを持つ、そういう点についてみんな一緒にコミュニケーションをしました。これはプロプレイヤーにとして一番重要なことと思います。
We spent some time within the team talking about our own problems and the things we make mistakes in the games. I think this is a very important thing for a pro gamer to fix ourselves and our mistakes within the team. You were able to play in playoffs against teams that you normally can only meet at international competitions. What do you think of the new playoff format?
今回通常は国際大会でのみ出会う可能性のあるチームとプレーオフで対戦する機会があります。プレーオフの新しい試合形式についてどのような感想を持ちですか？
这次有机会在季后赛碰上平时国际赛才会碰上的队伍，你对季后赛的新赛日有什么样的想法？
我自己的话是觉得蛮开心的，毕竟能更早就接触到国际赛的对手，还有不同赛区的对手，然后这样对整个赛区的帮助是很大的。
僕個人的にとっては嬉しいと思います。もっと早く国際大会の選手と出会う PCS だけじゃなくて、このゲームの試合のいくつな地域にとして重要な、そしていいチャンスと思います。
I'm very happy about this new format because we get to meet other teams from other regions that we normally wouldn't be able to meet. And also I think overall it's a very good thing for PCS. You will be facing against LJL's DFM next match. What kind of strategies do you have against them?
次の試合では LJL の DFM と対戦する予定ですが、彼らに対して何か戦略をありますか？
你们下一局要对上的是 LJL 的 DFM， 想问一下你们对上他们有什么样的策略吗？
因为毕竟他们也是我们团队的老对手，然后我觉得我们对彼此都很了解。虽然要想，就是这个是优点也是缺点，那我还是有信心可以赢下他们的。
DFM はいつも練習していた相手です。相手のことはよくわかります。今回は自信がありますので、勝つチャンスが多いと思います。
So we get to practice and scrim against DFM a lot. So actually we're really familiar with them. This is also a good thing and a bad thing. So overall, I just really want to win them. We're going to try our best against them. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Gemini 选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Groovy tune.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that when she asked what they changed to come into playoffs, he didn't just say, oh, our AD carries back.
Yeah, we put our ADC back in. They do look much happier in game. We saw them celebrating a lot more in the player cams and just having a good time, which is a very good sign. This was a very impressive team for most of the split.
Yeah, they were actually first for the vast majority of the split.
Yeah.
Only in the second half of it did they manage to fall down. They lost 4 straight games, correction to the 3, but yeah, our results for today. It was another quick one, another 2 quick 2-0s. DFM though, the first team to come from another region to the PCS and pick up a series win that was up against J-Team. Of course, Frank, they were able to get it done up against Antic. So we are going to see DFM versus Frank, which I'm excited for, but I'm even more excited for J-Team versus Antic. There are the brackets on your screen. Tomorrow night, I'm sure we'll see a graphic for it very shortly. It will be BYG, DCG, and V3 Ground Zero. So we are going to see all regions represented every night of this week.
Yeah, that's exciting. And so it is going to be V3 Ground Zero and Beyond DCG. We'll see if DCG had a really close series with Beyond. The most recent time they played, they couldn't quite beat Beyond. But DCG are a team who seem to be constantly improving.
For sure.
We'll see if they can take out Beyond. And if they can't, they do get another chance to make it.
Yeah, both of these teams, of course, they are the upper bracket. So the winner of BYG versus DCG will be going through to the playoffs to meet the likes of PSG, CFO, and SoftBank. Very impressive teams and great company if you're able to make it up there. And of course, on the other side, Ground Zero and V3, they have to win 3 consecutive best ofs to have their chance to also make it into the playoffs. So it's a very tall order if you are in that bottom bracket, but it certainly is achievable. Proof being, obviously, CFO last year in the PCS, they came in as, I think, our lowest seed, or maybe second lowest seed coming into playoffs. Managed to make it to the grand finals, best of 5 up against PSG, went to Worlds, even looked really strong, getting a bit taken down by, I believe it was Adam, as did everyone over at that Worlds. But
yeah, PSG.
Lower bracket, not easy, certainly doable. What is doable now is going and having a rest because it's been another night. We've got another one in store for you tomorrow. Please do enjoy your nights or maybe days wherever you are, and we'll see you tomorrow.
high.